Yeah, we're playing a Pokemon game. I said we would. We're doing it. Before I forget as well, I need to give a shout out to Pewter. Congratulations on getting the first as well today, by the way. It's going to confuse probably Cass when Cass comes in. But Pokemon Red. I'm not doing a full 151 Pokemon collection. I'm not doing it. Actually, I say that. This would probably be the easiest game to do it in. Because the only Pokemon you would normally have to cheat in is Mew. But I know the method. I know how to get the Mew. Spoilers, we're gonna get Mew. I've said this a few times near the end of the other streams. We're going to get Mew before we fight Misty. If you don't understand what any of these words mean, don't worry. We'll get to it in like 2 hours, maybe. Nidoran, my favorite! Oh, it's gone. Abra, my other favorite. I'm gonna need you, buddy. How many other Pokemon do you recognize? Onix? Oh, remember that episode of Pokemon? Hello, Bulbasaur. Pretty little Bulbasaur. Oh, it's Onix again! Let's get on with this, shall we? We need to click back in. Hello, Pikachu. You're gonna be annoying to try and get. What was I going to say? Let's just start a new game. Ket says it was a perfect teaming? What? Perfect timing? They just got up and sat down at the desk and, oh, they know the base buttons. Gen 2 is where things get fuzzy. Gen 2 is the one I know best because I'll admit, as a kid, I always got stuck at Silphco. I could never figure out how you're supposed to get through the rest of the building. Gen 2 with Gold, Silver, Crystal, I beat Gold multiple times, I beat Crystal a few times. Gen 3 I think I've beaten once, but I didn't enjoy it that much. And then my sister got the DS and I had a PlayStation Portable, so that sort of put a stop to the Pokemon for a while until she got bored of it and I ended up with it, so... But this is Professor Oak. He's going to welcome us to the world of Pokemon. His name is Oak. Every single professor, as far I don't think this has changed in even the most recent ones on Switch, is named after a tree. Or is at least plant adjacent, but I'm pretty sure they're all trees. It's Oak in this one. Spoilers, it's Elm in the second. I know there's a Professor Rowan. I don't remember where they are. It's Nidorino! My beloved! We're gonna see... I basically have, like, a set of favorite Pokemon for each of the gens I've actually played. Gen 1, you probably guessed from that intro, I really like the Nidoran female and male lines. I like the male one more because it turns into a giant purple rabbit. Nidoqueen I don't like as much because she turns into a blue... not as rabbit-looking thing. What is my name? Okay, so, while I'm not going to be doing a lot of glitches and exploits outside of Mew, if you were going to try to game the system to do certain things, your name does matter. I don't remember the exact specifics behind it, but... And this is going to be the most nerdy Pokemon playthrough I think anyone's ever seen, outside of, like, actual full dives into glitches and bugs. Your name is used as a placeholder for generating information when there is no information for the game to interpret. For example, if you pick the name Red here, there is a kind of well-known glitch. It's known as the missing no glitch. I'm pretty sure the Pokemon you get off of missing no is dictated by your name. And I think Red forces it to be Mewtwo. But again, if you don't understand any of this, don't worry about it. It will become clearer as we get to the parts. let's go ahead and write my name. We have just enough letters for me to write only the first part. I'm gonna go with Marwol. I could have done lowercase, but I like the idea that everyone's just yelling my name every time they see me. See? Look at that. Professor Oak is already screaming my name. He knows. He knows. He's my biggest fan. Hello! This is your grandson. Kenta says they only know from the TV show they didn't have anything to play the games. The only one they got was Pokemon Snap. That's the Safari take a picture of the Pokemon game, isn't it? Kit also says they love Vulpix and Ninetales along with Growlithe and Arcanine, but they also love Lapras. Because we're playing Red, I don't think I have access to Vulpix and Ninetales, so this is where it gets a little bit weird. There are always at least 2 versions of Pokemon, Red, in this case Gen 1, Red and Blue, and then there's, I call it the TikTok system because there's a few actual, like, tech things that use a TikTok system. To explain that, it's Red and Blue would be Tick, Yellow would be Talk. It's not quite Gen 2, but it's the step in between that then leads to Gen 2. For Gen 2 it would be Gold Silver, the Talk would be Crystal. For Gen 3 the Tick is Ruby Sapphire, the Talk would be Emerald. Sort of get the gist of this. I don't know why they still do it apart from money, because you technically had to still buy 2 versions of the game and it makes more money that way. Back when this was still released on really small cart put into the back of a Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, with not a lot of space, you needed to have 2 carts because you couldn't have all the Pokemon and all the map data and everything else you would need on one cart feasibly without losing things elsewhere. So you have Red, which has some Pokemon that don't exist on Blue, and then some Pokemon that don't exist on Red or on Blue instead. For example, Sandshrew and Sandslash I am not going to be able to catch from the wild. They are just not possible. I'd have to trade those across. Vulpix is the counterpart to Growlithe. So Growlithe I think is in red and Vulpix is blue. Or it's the other way around. I don't quite remember which way it is. But there's always going to be about, like, I'm gonna say somewhere between 10 to 20 Pokemon that are in one version that you can't find in the other. You can still fight them, they're still owned by trainers, but you won't be able to catch them, unfortunately. So, hopefully... Well, no, we will run into them. I know where the area is for at least Vulpix, and presumably it's Growlithe otherwise. What am I gonna name the rival? What are we gonna go with? I was gonna go with Dan Clancy, but there's not enough room, and I think that joke would be lost on people who aren't on Twitch. We have 7 characters. Again, I know the code reason as to why there's 7 characters here, but we're gonna leave off on the nerdy stuff for a little bit. I know it. I know the perfect name. Hello, Bob Ross. My rival. Our own adventure is about to begin. Our own legend is about to unfold. Dreams and adventures with Pokemon awaits. Let's go. Unknown, hello. I had to awkwardly click out a second. There we go. Let's give you a quick shout out. Hope you're doing alright today. That's how you type. That's how you type. No, that's just exclamation mark. I forgot the shout out part. I probably could just shorthand it at this point. So, for people who are familiar with Gen 1, you might be wondering why the screen looks the way it does. Apart from the fact that I'm obviously playing this in 16:9 when the original Game Boy was like 3:2. I'm also playing this with the... This is funny, hold on. Yeah, okay, that amuses me. We're playing this with the enhancements given by a thing called the Super Game Boy, which was a add-on for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, the SNES, that allowed it to interpret black and white as color. By the way, I'm going to steal a potion from here because I'm a thief. So, we aren't going to have just one color palette the whole way through. There is actually going to be some variation to it. People might have recognized that from the title screen. Gameplay-wise, nothing changes. I'm not going to say hi to my mom because that's just how we roll. I am, however, going to go speak to my neighbor's sister. Bob Ross is out at Grandpa's lab. Well, that's nice, isn't it? What's this? It's a big map. It's so useful. We're going to need that eventually, because it's going to help me sort of demonstrate where it is we need to go. I don't want to go see the old guy just yet. I don't have a choice. There's Professor Oak himself. Did you know that wild Pokemon live in the tall grass? Wild, isn't it? Haha. Hi, yes. I will happily follow you into your giant laboratory. Don't know where everybody else in this village lives because it's just 2 houses and a lab. Bob Ross is such a petulant child. So, pretty common staple. You go to try to leave the starting town, or something close to it, and you suddenly have to choose a Pokemon, a starter Pokemon. Now, Yellow will change this. We're not going to play the Yellow. I don't think we're going to play Yellow anyway. I don't think in Red and Blue there is a way to get the other starter Pokemon. In Yellow there is. In Yellow, as you complete the game, you can get the 3 starters we're going to see in a minute. I don't want to name them because we're literally about to see them. So, first up, Charmander. Obviously prefers hot places. When it rains, steam is said to spout from the tip of its tail. Funny thing with, Keta mentioned earlier the TV series. Kind of in the same way as Digimon, the game came out before the anime did. And so that's going to lead to a lot of very weird looking designs. Because obviously the game developers made one design and then the anime people did a different design. Sort of based off of the game. But, for example, Charmander looks a little bit strange here. We're not going to pick Charmander yet. Squirtle, for example, looks a little bit different. I realize it's kind of hard to tell because everything's drawn in, like, genuine pixel art, but there's the little guy Squirtle. And we're not going to pick them yet. And then finally, Bulbasaur. Looking very merged together into one sprite. Again, we're not going to pick anyone just yet. So we have 3 starter Pokemon. I am going to literally roll a dice and just pick. I have a d6, let's go with that. 1 or 2 Charmander. Yeah, 1, 2 Charmander, 3, 4 Squirtle, 5, 6 Bulbasaur. That didn't really roll. 2. We'll go with Charmander. Which is debatably the harder one to start with. This Pokemon is energetic and I've received a Charmander! Do you want to give it a nickname? Of course. We have more letters for you. We have Oh, I can count all of a sudden. Let's see, what can I think of that will fit in 10 characters? I know. Barry. Barry the Charmander. And this is pretty typical for most Pokemon games, our rival is going to choose the one that gets a type advantage against us. Don't worry about type advantages just yet, I'll get into that more when we get to a few areas from now. If a wild Pokemon appears, my Pokemon can fight against it. It's very nice. So, there's a few different core focuses of Pokemon. It's not just find Pokemon and catch them, although we can't do that just yet. The other part of it is battling. Hey, Bob Ross. Just gonna open with a growl. So there's different types of moves. There's damage moves, status effect moves. There's the variety and the way they all get used gets improved, I guess, or changed later on. I've opened with growl, which will reduce attack by a value. I'm not gonna get into the maths of it just yet, but there will be a point where I do need to go over the maths, and a very fun bug that exists in Gen 1. Thank you for failing. That means I'm now on the advantage because I'm now ahead. The first fight is just a damage race, and I am functionally winning. Again, if we didn't have the enhancements, the health bars would not change color as they went down. They'd dim. It's on a grayscale, but it wouldn't, you know, go like this, to green to yellow to red. Now, unless I miss, we're fine. And that's enough to immediately level me up. Hooray, level 6! Already! And this is why I didn't particularly care about the stats, because we go fast enough as it is. You picked the wrong Pokemon? No, you're just bad at the game, Bob Ross. Don't worry. Give me your money! You gotta fight to level them up. Oh boy, the grind is gonna be very real with this. To the point where I might off-screen some of it. This game isn't the one that introduces the whole healing of the PC, is there? No, but there's an email to discuss the Pokédex. The elite trainers of the Pokemon League are ready to take on all comers. Bring your best Pokemon and see how you rate as a trainer. Pokemon League HQ, Indigo Plateau. And then they're desperately asking for Professor Oak to visit them. So in this game, unlike the anime series, you don't immediately have the idea of, hey, go defeat all the gym leaders, go get the badges, and then go become the best there ever was by defeating the Elite Four. It is instead, hey look, here's a Pokemon, go run an errand for me. Now, I also picked out an item earlier. It won't work, talk to that person just there. I picked an item out of my computer earlier. Don't ask about items being digitized. Ooh! But yeah, don't worry about items being digitized. Nothing to worry about. Hi, Pidgey. We'll deal with you later. Oh, level 4. I'm just gonna hit scratch a few times. I took the potion in case we ended up rolling, say, Bulbasaur. I think Bulbasaur is the only one I'm actually concerned about with that. We get low on health, we use the item, we heal ourselves to full, Bob Ross gets upset, but it's fine, we still win. Pidgey here is just going to do the best that it can, but unfortunately I'm level 6 and I'm Charmander, so I win. That's functionally how evolution works. Welcome to level 7. I don't remember if Gen 1 really cares much about IVs and all that really annoying thing. I just sort of level Pokemon up and we just go from there. Poke Centers, come here, speak to the nice lady behind the little counter. I believe in the anime she's called Nurse Joy. And they get full healed for free. Look at that. Isn't that nice? But we'll worry about catching Pokemon in a second. We can't actually do that until we walk into here. And this guy goes, you came from Pallet Town, right? We go, yes, we did. Unfortunately, Amazon didn't exist back in like 1996 or whenever it was that 1990. Oh no, it was like the very end of 1995 into 1996. Amazon didn't really exist back then, so we had to come and pick up a package with Professor Oak. We got his parcel. And this is going to be a very vital tool. Those ledges, you can only jump down, you can't jump up. It makes getting back a whole lot faster. Just gonna avoid as much wild grass as I can. I don't have to do any like precise movement things until I try to do the thing to get Mew later. How's Charmander? Well, we beat up a bird on the way, so I think it's doing great. Yeah, I have a parcel for you. Would you please like to open the box? So now we get told, on the desk is the Pokédex. Automatically records data on Pokemon that we've seen or caught. It's a high-tech encyclopedia. Just like Wikipedia, except it doesn't keep requesting you to donate money every month. To make a complete guide on all the Pokemon in the world is his dream. And unfortunately, because we're the newer generation, we've got to uphold his dream, so we're going to go out and fulfill his dream for him. Get moving. It's a great undertaking in Pokemon history. Still no direct mention, by the way, that we need to go fight all the gym leaders and then go to Indigo Plateau. Boros is just being mean and is now mentioning a town map from his sister, telling him I was going to tell her not to let us have one. We'll see about that one, Boros. Yeah, we had to go run an errand for your grandfather. Thank you for the map. So how big is the game really? Well, if we go look at the... That's not the button I want to push. Welcome to the map. This is a complete sort of showing of what it is, of everywhere we can go. This is based off of, I believe, the bottom right of Japan. All of the different places in Pokemon are based off of real-world places. I'm pretty sure this is based off of, like, the bottom right of Japan. I could be wrong. You got Johto, Kanto. I think Kanto is Gen 2. And then I forget about the other ones, but they tend to be a bit more obvious where they're based. For example, the first of the Switch games, Sword and Shield, are very blatantly based on the UK. Anyway, every single city here is going to be named in a way that references a color. For example, Pewter is going to be grey, Viridian is green, Cerulean is blue, Vermilion is, I believe that's red. Lavender is lilac. Well, lavender is its own color, actually. Celadon is a color I don't quite remember. Saffron is yellow. And then fuchsia, purple. Oh, if I got that right. And then cinnabar is, I think it's more of an orangey color. Finally, indigo. I think they're all supposed to be like colors of the rainbow. I could be wrong. Well, no, because pewter's gray. Anyway, so we can see all the routes. We can see all the places we can go. You can see that there's some places are dotted. That means we have to get through there through surfing. And there is a place directly beneath us, which is Cinnabar Island. We don't worry about Cinnabar Island until near the end of the game, unless I decide to go and do a bug or a glitch for purposes. For now, though, we need to just go to Pewter City, which is directly above us, and that means going through Viridian, into Viridian Forest, into Pewter City. Don't worry about Diglett's Cave. Don't worry about Diglett's Cave. No one talks about Diglett Cave. That would be a great time to save. Cass, hello! Welcome in. Hope you're doing alright. I'll give you a quick shout out before we set out into our grand journey. You were playing... I thought you were streaming State of Decay 2 earlier. That's the zombie survival game, right? I thought for some reason you gave me Pokeballs, but I guess I'm way off on that one. Is it one of you? Nope, you're a nerd. And you copy the other guy. Well, we have no Pokeballs, so this is about to get interesting. I need to also quickly set the text speed to fast. That's all fine. So now I need to quickly go talk to you. Hi, you work at the Pokemon Mart. It's a convenient shop, so please visit us in Viridian City. This is supposed to be the indicator of, hey, when you get to the place, go to the Mart, and then you would get given the special Pokeball. And you give me another potion. So what actually is a potion? We probably won't see one for a while. I say a while, it might be like 10 minutes. It's there are a few items you can use during battle. Hello, Rattata. A few items you can use during battle. Potion heals you for 20, I think it is. It might be 30. I know they changed the number at some point in one of the games. Unfortunately, I'm level 7 and you're level 3, so this is about to work out as well for you as if I was a truck. Congratulations, you lowered my defense. And, we're done. But we're not done with this route just yet. See, I'm about to go buy a bunch of Pokeballs. How many? Not one. I'm gonna buy as many as it will let me carry. Yeah, 15. Antidote, Paralyze Heal, Burn Heal, don't worry too much about these. Antidote will be given for free anyway, but it also doesn't matter just yet. We're just going to exit out of there. Cass says, oh, Marwol's a Charmander boy. I rolled for it. And we rolled Charmander. This guy down here is debatably one of the most useful NPCs you will ever find, but you may forget about him, and we can get back to him relatively quickly, but we won't worry about that just yet. I'm going to go straight to the... up here. Because I've played this game enough as a kid to know this exists. That's another free potion. We aren't going to go past this patch of grass by here, because we're not going to do that just yet. We will soon, but not just yet. There are different Pokemon in different routes, and they can also be found in different things. This here is Nidoran female. Now, I'm not going to hunt every Pokemon I know off the top of my head. Growl has reduced our attack, so that actually helps us out here because it means we can get you into the red sooner. The way catching Pokemon works will be explained by an NPC, but I'm going to go over it in more detail now, and then we'll just sort of get like a refresher on it when we get to the guy. Depending on various states of the Pokemon, you have a chance threshold, basically, with a Pokeball. So, for example, let's say... Actually, no, this is how it works. I want you to pick a random number from 0 to 255. If a Pokeball, regular Pokeball, we won't worry about the other variations, a regular Pokeball could require a number beneath, say, 100. A full health Pokemon could roll 60, but because it's at full health and it doesn't have any status effects reducing it, it could then get that value bumped up higher again, so it goes above the 100 threshold. If you've reduced it down, then it probably reduces the value, and then it goes under the threshold. There's other things as well, like Paralyze and Burn, the two status effects we saw the heals for, but we haven't seen those effects themselves yet. They also affect catch chance. If something is paralyzed or sleeping, it is, I think, the best modifier for roll, or rolling to try to catch it. Health doesn't matter as much as putting something to sleep or freezing it. Paralyze helps as well, but it doesn't help as much. And all of this formula changes as well, even into like Gen 2, so my information could be shaky or like stitched together from different things, but the crux of it is get a Pokemon low on health, throw a Pokeball, you're probably going to catch it like we just did. And we have a little poisonous rabbit. Of course we're gonna give a nickname to her. Gonna go with Ripley. Now, as I do this, I need to remember that there is a channel point redemption at the moment. Or I say at the moment, there's always one there. I just sometimes forget to turn it off for games that don't matter for. That it doesn't matter for. If you want to have a particular Pokemon and name it, there's a customized redeem. I don't want to catch a Rattata yet, but I guess we might as well. Because the worst I could have here is I could level up and then I'll start knocking things out rather than putting them on low health. But yeah, say for example that, because I'm not usually going to catch duplicates, say for example I catch this Rattata and I name it, I don't know what I'm going to name it yet, and then you go, hey, I want a Rattata as well, and then you use the redeem, I will go find that Rattata. If I can't find that Pokemon yet, I'll just add it to the list of Pokemon we'll get when we get there, and I'll just give it the name when we find it. For example, Machop. If you want a Machop, but we aren't anywhere near getting a Machop at the moment, then when we get there, the first Machop I get, I'll name it. Nice little rat boy. I'm going to call it Michael. I don't usually give my Pokemon regular names. I did that with Barry just because I thought it'd be nice to have a Charmander named Barry. This is a meme. I also don't know if I'm going to spell Michael right because I can... That's my hem. That's not what I want. I think I'll spell Michael right. If I haven't, we're just going to change the pronunciation of Michael. But we're still not done. Oh god, we might be done. Oh, you're level 2. Yeah, you're going down pretty quick. Critical hits are a fun thing. Gen 1 handles critical hits differently than I believe every other game. which is that the critical hit chance is based off of, wow, the Rattatas just keep on coming, don't they? There are other Pokemon here. I know there are other Pokemon here. Where are they? Anyway. Gen 1 handles crit chance based off of the speed stat. You may notice that special exists whenever we level up, but unlike, say, Gen 2, there's no special attack, special defense. Special is rolled into one stat in Gen 1. But speed is probably one of the most important stats. I bet you I'm just going to fight Rattata after Rattata after Rattata. Banes of my existence, every single one of you. Might be here for a while. Speed, if your speed stat beats their speed stat, outside of moves that alter priority order, which we won't worry about yet, because we'll see them when we get them. You can see that Charmander has a speed stat of 17, so unless something else has 17 or higher, he's going to go first almost all the time, and as that speed stat goes higher as well, because crit chance scales off of it, will occasionally deal more damage than usual, if I remember correctly, but I could be wrong on this one, so take it with a grain of salt. Crit hits in Gen 1 ignore the enemy's defense for damage calculation. And you can see here that we're getting a little bit buff in terms of defense, but we're mainly a speedy boy, so we're going to be going first pretty much all the time, until we start fighting things closer to our level. Hey, there you are, my little favorite. You're level okay. This could be fun. So far, so good. I'm gonna risk it here, but disclosure, I'm gonna throw 2 balls at this, because if we don't get on the first, I want it on the second. We're fine. Cass is redeemed for a Ghastly into Haunter. Maybe Haunter, but Gengar is the trait evolution. There may be a way for me to get trait evolutions to work in this, so if I can get it to work, you will eventually get the Gengar. But I'll keep in mind, I don't know if Black Flame is going to fit. We'll see how many characters we have in a second. Worst case is I just cut a letter out and we just remove the A. But hey, Nidoran male. Do you want to give a nickname to Nidoran? Yeah, so I can count the character count, to be sure. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Black Flame is 2, 4, 6, 8. I might just be in. I'm pretty sure if I counted that right, Black Flame is 10 characters. So we should be able to pull that one off. Here is the part where I'm going to reveal something that I don't think a lot of people have caught on, which is the last part of my name. I think there's another Pokemon here we could catch. We're just going to mill about here for about another 5 battles, see if it turns up. But if it does turn up, it'd be quite nice to have. If it doesn't turn up, that's fine, because we can go get a Pidgey. And that'll be functionally every Pokemon I care about right now. There's other Pokemon we can catch pretty soon as well, but not quite yet. I'm really hoping it is here. But again, I might be confusing red for things in yellow. I definitely know it's here in yellow. And unfortunately, a lot of what we're going to be doing soon is now going to be leveling up the other Pokemon we have to about level 8 as well. And I'm kind of hoping, I think it's level 9 we're going to see something. Ket also says that I've got the name right. Michael looks wrong. Michael looks right. A-E-L? Okay. Oh, right, because if it's EAL, it's closer to Michelle. Right. I remember now. I think. We'll see. We'll see. Barry should be close to leveling up again. Is it here, or is it... There are some Pokemon that... Hey! Not the one I was expecting, but I will take it. Hello, Spearow. I can't do another attack because that's half the health bar already. Cass says, if I remember right, I can get Spearow Mankey as a yellow exclusive. I thought it was Spearow I could get here, but then I was like, wait, is it Spearow or is it Mankey? Or is it Spearow and Mankey in yellow, but neither of them here? It is. This is why I hate the versioning sometimes. But I'll take that Spearow. I guess I won't take that Spearow. Oh, you growled? Cool, that means I can do this. Yeah. Either we catch it or we just sit here and we burn through the Pokemon. Got it. Yeah, that BP is going to get really annoying real quick. Do you want to give it a nickname? Yes. Burb. And we're out. I believe I have one slot left. I do. I have one slot left for the Pidgey. But we're going to go to the Pokemon Center so I don't immediately hear that on a loop. And then we have the fun exercise of bringing everyone up to, like, level 7. It's such a good beat that, like, dum, 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 and then it goes into a little, like, tune. So I mentioned trading. The Game Boy handheld released with the ability to transfer data between console, handheld to handheld. And for the Pokemon game, what you can do is if you have two people who have, say, red and blue, with two Game Boys, you could use a data link cable. You could have, say, let's say, I wanted to trade with yellow for a Mankey. I could pick Burb here. I would send Burb. I would receive their Mankey. Trading. I also mentioned as well trade evolution. There are, I believe, four. There are 4 Pokemon in this game that can only evolve to their 3rd stage via trade. Which is... it's something. And I'll see if I can figure out a way to get that to work. There's only one Pokemon I can think of that is going to be a giant pain in my ass to try and do. Because you only get one, and it can evolve one of, I think, 4 ways. And that one requires... I'm gonna have to sit there and do tricks for it. But we'll see. Right now I want a Pidgey. Ask and you shall receive. Preferably not a level 2 Pidgey, because that means I'm probably gonna knock this thing straight into the ground. Yeah, that's nice. Pokeball. Hello, tiny bird. I'm gonna give you a really dumb nickname. Really ingenious, this one. Bird up. Cass says, yeah, it's Kadabra into Alakazam, Machoke into Machamp, Gravel into Golem, and Haunter into Gengar. The what? I thought it was 3, and then I remembered, no wait, there's also Golem. And then Because I remember as a kid, I wanted Golem. I had a Golem toy. I was like, how do you get this thing? Oh, you have to trade? No one I know has a Game Boy, so... So, Marwol, how does grinding up low-level Pokemon work in Pokemon Gen 1? Easy. It doesn't work. Oh, it doesn't work. Basically, what I have to do, because these guys are too low a level for them to stand on their own, until these guys hit like level 5 or 6, I need to put them first, switch to Barry, defeat the Pokemon, rinse, repeat. Barry is going to hit like level 11 by the end of this, but that's fine. Barry being a high level is pretty nice. We're going to work our way top down, which means first up, it's Ripley. Oh, I guess we could look at the character stats. So, here you can see that Ripley is not exactly built for speed yet, although they're a little bit too low level for them to really show any differences in their stats, but you can see here she is typed Poison. Barry is typed as Fire. Type isn't going to matter for what we have right now, but keep in mind things like Fire and then Normal. How speedy are you at the moment? You're pretty speedy. But again, stats, they're not going to matter much until we hit, like, the 10s. Then you'll start to be able to see the differences between some of the Pokemon. But at this low level, it is... maybe? What have you got? Growl and Tackle? On a Pidgey? It's going first, don't risk it. Actually, I could have had you go into Michael. I'm gonna switch into Michael. See how this works out for us. Not very well. But Michael is faster, so it's okay. Should be okay. Unless you get a crit. Yeah, that was risky, but paid out because both of them are a little bit closer to leveling up. Not risking it with you. Barry! He's gonna take like 2, 3. That's nice. Barry can like... oh, maybe 2-shot, but I think it's gonna be 3-shot the Rattata. It's just gonna murder it. Go on. Silly little rat. Pesky bee! Oh. This initial start is going to take a little bit of doing, because we can't really just quickly level up yet. Why am I attacking with Ripley? Why did my brain just switch off? Hold on. No, I'm trying to get a few of the levels up now, so it's not just going to be Barry for the next, like, hour. And so we can see some of the other Pokemon and have some of the little bit of basically just variety going. There is, however, going to be a fair bit of grinding in the next area we're going to get to. Purely because there is a Pokemon you can get there that's on a, I think it is literally 5% chance to appear. And if we don't get it there, we have to wait for, well, we can go to any area we want to at any point in the game. I've done it again. Oh well, the Pidgey's doing less damage. I'm great at this, I promise. I'm not great at this. Anyway, the Yeah, if we don't get it there, the only other area we can get it is pretty late in the game. Kind of. I growled you and I'm still likely to go into the red. Never mind, we got a crit. Hooray! Ripley is now level 4, which means they can probably stand on their own for a little bit. Barry is now level 9. Does this mean you now get Ember? So as Pokemon level up, they will learn new moves. If you have 4 moves and you try to learn another one, you have to get rid of one you already had before. Gen 1 is a little bit busted. I'm gonna be honest. They fixed some of the move progression for Pokemon in Yellow. There is a move that would be perfect to have this early on that we could get on Nidoran male or female if this was Yellow. But unfortunately, they learn that move at level 43. They evolve at level 12? 16? 16. So, we're not going to see it, but they would have a move called Double Kick, which is very useful. Yeah, the speed's going to be a bit of a killer, but I'm pretty sure you have enough to beat this race. Oh, you're the same speed? Okay. Yellow and yellow. Oh, it means we're about to get put to red. No, we're fine. That's gonna help us a lot. Actually, I'm wondering if we're gonna end up trying to grind a lot just to try and get the 5% spawn chance for the Pokemon that's rare in Viridian Forest. Is it instead worth me doing all the leveling there? It might be. You might have noticed that we just did a lot more damage than Scratch ever could. Different moves have different amounts of damage they can deal, as in, like, they have different, actually, like, let's say Scratch has I think in later games it's called Power. Let's just say Scratch has Power 40, Ember has Power 45. However, Ember is a Fire-type move, so when it's used by a Fire-type Pokemon, it deals more damage. In addition, not that it matters here yet, but it will very soon when we go to Viridian Forest. Give me a second. Ads are arriving in about 30 seconds. If a Pokemon is weak to a move, it will take bonus damage. It will take, I believe it's twice as much, or 4 times as much if it's dual type, but I don't think... that might not happen in Gen 1. Basically, if we hit something that's weak to fire, we're going to deal massive damage to it. And you're level 5, so you know what? We're gonna go this way. I can also see there's a message I haven't read from Cass yet, so we're gonna heal up at the Poke Center. Cass says they just found out the Japanese version of Blue has a Machoke for Haunter trait from the NPCs in Cerulean City, where in the rest of the world it's a Poliwhirl for Jinx. They feel robbed now? I didn't realize the trades were different between different versions. I'm gonna go up this way. This old man would teach us about, you know, catching Pokemon, but I've caught a full party, so there's nothing else he can really teach us. We are going to go into here. Now, no, we're in an ad break for 3 minutes. Never mind, we'll do some leveling outside of here. I don't want to do an entirely new area while people are caught by ads. Just gonna run around here for a bit. Frolic in the grass. Hello, Pidgey. Level 5. It's a bit better. Just set that on fire. And then we'll set it on fire again. Bit of flame-grilled bird never hurt anyone except the bird. Is it roughly 1 minute for each of these fights I'm doing? Oh, well, Ripley can handle this one herself. Easy. Okay, it's anywhere from 30 seconds to a minute. Level 4, again, Ripley can handle this herself. It's kind of weird that you were about to say, that was a really nasty crit to get. I mean, it could be worse. You could get another. But you were basically the same speed before. Here we go. Ripley's hit 6. I'm not going back, so I'm going to use a potion. And we'll just keep this going. The ads are still rolling for a second. And now we got it to a point where she can do some fights in 2 moves. Nope, I lied. She does it in 3, but we haven't been hit, so it's okay. Again, this sort of like grinding I'm gonna do off-stream, primarily. Because then I can make use of things like a speed up button. But I believe the ads have just finished, so this is the last fight we're doing before we set foot into Viridian Forest. Welcome back from the ads. We are now at level 6 with Ripley. And that's 2 back-to-back crits. Wow, what am I feeding you? I guess it's a diet of Rattatas and Pidgey, but still. Okay. I want Barry up front. Welcome to Viridian Forest. I have already stolen an antidote from a tree. So Viridian Forest is going to have a completely different set of animals, sorry, Pokemon inside of it. Let me get comfortable 1 quick second. So, whereas before we've seen, well, rats, birds, 2 different flavors of rabbit, a turtle, a bulb plant thing, and a burning lizard, we now also have what you would find in a forest. Bugs! How funny would it have been if I found that rare monster off the go? Now, bugs are weak to flame, which is why we haven't opened with Ember here. and I'm going to throw a Pokeball, and this is hopefully going to be mine. We got Caterpie! It says worm, but I'm pretty sure caterpillars don't count as worms. But if it insists on being called a worm, we will call it worm. Now, because we have a full party, all the Pokemon are going to be sent to... It says someone's PC, but that's because we haven't looked at the PC with the ability to swap Pokemon in and out, so don't worry too much about that. What we will get, though, is... I'm not catching a Kakuna. I refuse. You're level 4. You are an easy fight, but it might take 3 centuries to do. The reason it might take 3 centuries is because it's all it knows to do is harden, so we're just gonna bash our heads against the wall for as long as this takes, which is gonna be probably quite a while because it's hardened 3 times. Strap in. This is gonna take a hot minute. Although if we crit, and I'm right about my assumption that crit does, or I'm pretty sure, yeah, okay, I think crit does ignore the harden and defense stat. We need another crit to be sure. Yep, it ignores it. Okay. Actually, I shouldn't go through this so quickly. You see how it says that it tried to harden but nothing happened? Stat-altering moves can only go up or down a certain amount of steps. I don't quite remember what the step limit is. I think it might be 5, might be 6. But for every step you go, I believe the multiplier is 0.25. So, if its hardened stat is 10, that's... if its hardened stat is 100 and it hardens once, the hardened stat is now 125. If it hardens again, it's now 150, and then you see how it goes. Because all it knows is harden, this is a really easy fight for this little boy to do. He would have got 40 experience and immediately leveled up, but unfortunately we have Barry up front. Also goes to show how bad a level 2 Pokemon is, that an inanimate thing like Kakuna goes first. Not catching a Metapod. We're also not about to do that thing again. Metapod is the evolution of Caterpie. You might be able to guess that the first form of Kakuna is going to be available here somewhere. But that's not what well, we are looking for it. There it is. There's the first form of Kakuna. You can tell by the fact that it's yellow and it's a bug. Now, this is a bit of a nasty Pokemon to run into. Poison Sting can poison, but we got lucky there. Look at that, we're catching Pokemon all over the place. New Pokédex entry. Yes, I wish to rename Weedle. We're going to call it... Buzz. Wait, no, I was gonna say, could we fit Lightyear, but we can't even fit it if I cut it down. It'd be Buzz Lighty, which is... whatever. Cal says, yeah, Pokemon Blue in Japan has different in-game traits from all the others, except one in Vermilion City, which is just the Pokemon you have to trade that's different. I know in Red and Blue there's a different trade involving the Nidorans, but that's just to get the other one if you found one but want the other. We're going to be here for a while trying to get this very, very rare appearance from a very, very well-known Pokemon. It doesn't have to be this patch of grass over here, but I like to use this patch of grass. Actually, I don't think it... Maybe it is dependent, but I like to use this one over here just because it's a good chunk of grass you can just run around in. Barry, you're going to hit like level 11 by the time we leave here. As if to prove my point, he's now level 12. 10. Wow, I can read numbers, I promise. Anytime you feel like it. I'm gonna find you. It's gonna... I don't care how long I have to stay here. I will find you. I will stay here even if I have to end up evolving my Charmander, if it takes that long. I know you're here. I guess I could be leveling up the birds here. Hold up. Let's throw Burb up first. They have flying moves. Flying is super effective against Bug, so... Watch, now that I've done that, is the... Nope, it's not gonna be there. Level 6, though. Yeah, this is gonna go a bit quicker. If I get a crit hit with the peck, this thing is gone instantly. Thank you. But it's still not the Pokemon I'm looking for. That's also not the one I'm looking for. Yeah, trying to slow me down isn't going to do anything, buddy. Come on, the sooner you give me the Pokemon, the sooner I'll go through this area. But we also could be here for an actual while. So, what should we talk about that's related to Pokemon? I guess I have never actually seen the entirety of any part of the anime. Or the TV series, or however you want to call it. I've seen different episodes. I have seen the Tentacruel episode. I've seen some of the movies. I saw the first one with Mew and Mewtwo. I saw the second one, which I think is the one with Lugia. Or Lugia. The third one, which I think is Entei and the Unknown. And that's it. Haven't seen any of the other ones. Honestly, we're just gonna power level the birds here at this point. Because I bet you when the creature appears, I won't catch it. Level 6 Burb. Let's switch out to Bird Up. Whenever you feel like appearing. Come on, be the star of the show. Still not the one I'm looking for. I know you're here. Oh, Gust counts as normal in there? Oh, right, it does. It doesn't count as flying in Gen 1. There are a few different weird things in Gen 1. For example, there's a Pokemon we will be getting that you'd think would be able to learn a move called Fly. It can't. It does in yellow, they managed to fix that oversight, but here, not so much. Man, I guess Burb really is the better bird. You had 41 experience and you still didn't level up off that fight. I'm deeply concerned for you, Bird Up. I hope you get poisoned. I forgot you're level 2. You can't handle that fight. Easy. Now Bird Up is leveled up. Man, I probably should run a poll on, like, or prediction on how soon it'll be before we see this Pokemon. How have I not run into any sort of random fight? I don't know. At least we get to hear the music without getting interrupted again. Oh. Alright, I'm set with a prediction. How long to find the Pokemon? Less than 10 minutes. Less than, sorry, more. Run it for 1 minute. I'm hoping we run into it pretty soon, but I'm also conscious of the fact that we might have been here for like 10 minutes already and we haven't ran into it. Which is not a great sign. Now, I know it's like a 5% chance, but we could still run into it maybe in under 10 minutes, but it depends how quickly we also get through the fights. And it's all this Pidgey levels up. That's going to be not as fast as if we left Burb up front. Also, it's a bit of a dead ring if it turns up in the minute that we're still running this. Kakuna we can fight, it's going to eat time, but we can fight this with just Bird Up. Yep, this is gonna take a hot minute. Looks like we have an even split. Someone thinks it's under 10 minutes. Someone else thinks it's gonna be more than 10 minutes. So either whichever way, someone wins. Unknown isn't getting the hint that I'm not naming the Pokemon for a reason. Because Unknown's asking, what are we finding? Kaz says, the Pokemon in the forest. What one, though? We're not naming it. It's a surprise. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. We will run into it. It's 5%. I know it's here. I know it's here because when I had the Game Boy cartridge, I found it here because I ran around here and went, I'm gonna level up the, I gotta level up my bug Pokemon, and then I ran into it, and I went, oh. Oh. But it doesn't want to make an appearance, it's got shy. Statistically, I'm gonna run into it at some point. I'll find you. You know what? Let's go up here. At least then I can pick up another Pokeball. Items in the overworld, by the way, are in one or two states. Either they're hidden, in that you can't see them on the map, and then you run into them and pick them up like I did with the potion and the antidote in the tree earlier. Or they're visible, like we keep seeing over here with the Pokeball that's over there. That doesn't mean it's a Pokeball, it's just an item we can interact with. Except for one place in the game. That place, it plays on the expectation on purpose. Are you suddenly going to appear? No. I mean, we haven't seen a Caterpie in a while. Bird Up can easily kill a Caterpie. Sorry, Knockout. You don't kill Pokemon. You don't kill. It's a good game. It's a good game for all ages. You don't kill Pokemon. The good news as well is I guess we will have Bird Up and Burb. Really should have picked two different names. They'll both be leveled up quite nicely. That's a very nice crit. Luckily we didn't get poisoned. 2 crits back to back, and a pretty quick level as well. Are they both level 6 now? Yes, they are. We're gonna leave Bird Up front because the other one can definitely handle all the bugs, whereas Bird Up probably needs a bit more of a helping hand. I think Bird Up learns a new attack soon as well. Which, if it does, that'll be quite nice. If it doesn't, it's fine, it'll still level up. Come on. Okay, we're chunking down even a Kakuna pretty well. It's gonna be 5 attacks, I think, after the Harden. Here's the 3rd. Crit. Thank you. So, I've mentioned evolved Pokemon. We haven't actually, apart from those Metapods and Kakunas, we haven't really seen anything that's evolved. When a Pokemon evolves, it does a few things. 1. The stats and the way the stats improve as it levels up changes. Usually it gets more, and it gets more when it levels up, and it can also adjust it higher as when it evolves. The other is that it learns moves slower. So let's say, for example, Double Kick wasn't broken in Gen 1, and we did learn it on Nidoran at level 12. And let's say that Nidoran evolved at level 10. This is going to be a bit confusing, but follow me on this. If Nidoran evolved at level 10, that means Double Kick is no longer learned at 12, it can be learned at, like, say, level 16. If you don't evolve it, you can pick up the Double Kick, then you can evolve, and you'll have lost out on the stats. You're about to run out of Gust. So, sometimes it's worth not leveling up, but only if you're specifically getting a move that's going to be pretty soon after the evolution anyway. Sorry, pretty soon after the evolution if you don't evolve. But the stat gain usually outweighs getting a move a little bit sooner. There are some caveats to the whole evolution delays move thing. For one, if the Pokemon evolves via a stone, that has some issues. Nidoran, male and female, their final evolution is only accessed by using a Moonstone on Nidorino or Nidorina. Once you do this, they will learn one move at level 23 and then never learn anything else. They will not learn any move that could have been learned by Nidoran or Nidorino or Nidorina through leveling up. They have that one at 23 and that's it. I'm pretty sure it's the same case for Arcanine. I'm pretty sure it's the same case for maybe Clefairy. But usually, if you've had to use a stone to get it, then it's not learning any moves. There are still ways to teach it to move, but it won't learn them up naturally. Man, this is probably my unluckiest streak of trying to find this guy that I've ever had. How many Gust have you got left? Like one? Yeah, one. Well, Bird Up, you don't have any moves left, so Burb it is. And I might have to run back to the Pokésense to refill their moves. There are a few different items you can give them to refill moves, but we don't have any of those right now. Oh, where are you? Where are you? What's with all this? Well, there's no spiders in this one. The spider bugs are in the next game. And as much as I hate spiders, they're probably one of my favorite bug types in Gen 2. Anytime you feel like appearing would be great. Oh, we could be here for quite a while. Cass says, correct me if I'm wrong, but the one doesn't spawn in the last patch of grass. I don't think in Gen 1 there are different grasses have different things that appear. But I have a vague memory of I think Gen 3 remakes Fire Red and Leaf Green, that it's this patch down here that has it. But I am starting to wonder if I need to double check that that Gen 1 doesn't have area specific spawns as opposed to just having the map data for an area and then going, yep, here you go, spawn it off this list. Because if it is a specific area, then I need to run in that specific piece of grass, and it could be... I don't think it is the last patch. I've got to... I swear it's this bottom left area. But we'll do another random fight, and if it doesn't turn up then, I'm going to double check to see if it does or doesn't matter which grass it is. Just drawing patterns in the grass at this point. This is someone's gonna come into this forest and wonder what happened here in this one section of the forest that led to it being so, trodden in that it looks like the Somme. Can I get a cren? I can do a crenellation effect. Oops, I butchered it. There we go. Okay. Hasn't appeared. We're gonna double check to see if it's, if the grass matters. Watch it be a case of it did actually matter in Gen 1, and then I've been like, wow. At least I know I can definitely do the Mew thing later. Okay. Would hope if I remember to start the recording, but to be fair, all I've done is walk outside of Viridian Forest. Pikachu yeah, we're gonna name it because at this point it's gone on long enough. The bit is sort of like worn itself dry. Pikachu is apparently any grass, so we'll run into that little voltage-powered thing eventually. But there's one side thing I think I can still do. And now that we have enough Pokemon at like level 10 and 7, I'm confident enough we could probably put it off. I'm going to put Bird up front. And then we're going to hope that the rest of this pans out. So, like, I think almost an hour ago, I said, hey, we're not going to go past this point. The reason for that is if you... I think there's an item up here. No. If I go this way, Bob Ross turns up. We probably don't have any badges, that's correct. The guard won't let me through. Did the Pokemon get any stronger? Well, it's time to find out about Bob Ross. I was called Barry, that's wrong. So Sand Attack is a pretty funny move, because what it does is it reduces the enemy accuracy, so they're more likely to miss. As he then immediately doesn't miss after we hit him with 2 Sand Attacks. And the reason we've done that is so that... This is why I don't like relying on things like Sand Attack, because... He's got 2 hits in now, and... Unless he misses multiple times, we're not going to win this fight with Bird up. Yeah, that was nice. Thank you for demonstrating why I don't normally do anything that isn't just an attack. Oh, now you miss a bunch of times. Okay, I see how it is. Hello, Squirtle. I'm gonna growl at you a lot. So, because Squirtle has Bubble, I don't want to use Barry, because Squirtle will wreck. Absolutely wreck Barry. Because Bubble is super effective. But what I can do with Burb, which is a bit of a sacrificial move, is we can keep on lowering Squirtle's attack. Go on, knock out Burb. Now, Bubble isn't affected by Growl because Bubble runs off the special stat, not the attack stat. Because it's a special move, which means that Bubble is still going to hit like a truck, but if it does anything else, then we're fine. So now I'm going to use Ripley to soften up Squirtle. Doing a pretty good job of softening it up too. See? And if it uses Tackle as opposed to Bubble, it deals functionally no damage. It would have to do Tail Whip a bunch of times for Tackle to work, and I don't think for some reason the AI is going to use a Bubble. So Ripley might actually solo the Squirtle at this point. Nice. For some reason, we now know Scratch. Bye, Bob Ross. That was a nice little side adventure. So now we're going to get our Pokemon healed up, and we're just going to start rolling through the area. Now, had we picked Squirtle... Yeah, if we had picked Squirtle to begin with, that Bulbasaur would be very easy to defeat, because we would have Spearow and Peck is super effective against grass, so Bulbasaur would have keeled over pretty quick. Yeah, we'll leave Bird up front. The Squirtle is probably the easiest Pokemon to start with. It's going to be super effective against the first gym, it's fine against the second gym, it's weak against the third, it's weak against the fourth, but by this point you should have enough Pokemon everywhere that you should be okay. Or at least you should have enough different types. So the way that trainer battles work is if you walk in their sight line or if you speak to them, get into a fight. And usually all the trainers in an area are themed. You run into some that are just generic. But even then, different types of trainer will have different themes of Pokemon. So for example, bug catchers, they will always have bugs, and you're likely to run into bug catchers in a place full of bugs. Here comes Caterpie, we're not going to change Pokemon. Bird Up is just going to face roll this whole thing. Look at him go. I guess we should try to move through grass whenever possible. Let's make up for the grass I didn't walk through on the way here. No fight? No fight? Wow, I guess I must have reduced the bug population down considerably. Really isn't going to... There we go. Oh, you would, wouldn't you? Take ages to random roll me a fight, and then we fight Kakuna. Well, it's gonna go down in 3, so it's fine. Could be way shorter, though. Is it gonna be 4? No, it's 3. I might pull Burb into this fight, just so they get a bit of experience. Worth pointing out, by the way, I have no good Pokemon against the first gym. So that is going to be hell to get through. It's part of the reason why for Yellow that they did... I'm really glad they did fix the Nidoran not getting their double kick until level 43. By getting it at level 12, it means that the Nidoran can basically solo the first gym. Because double kick is a fighting move, fighting is super effective against the first gym. Crit did that much. Oh, you missed? How could you? How could you do this to me, bub? Oh, there's poison. So poison deals damage at the end of the turn. Except for the fact that we just won. It also sticks with you outside of combat, so that's going to deal damage as we move around. But we have an antidote, so it's okay. Actually gonna switch Burb up front for the time being. Alright. Grass, let's go. Level 6 Kakuna? Eh. I'm gonna go around this top area just in case there's an item up here. Or a fight. Oh, look at all this grass I get to run through. Oh no, a fight. Oh no, a Weedle. Yeah, you would turn up here, wouldn't you? Two fights so soon? Must be crawling out the woodwork to fight me. Although at this point I would prefer to fight Kakuna because it would give me more experience. So that's the exit to my left. That's yet another Weedle. I might just get purely unlucky and we might just never see the Pikachu appear. Which is gonna make the second gym kind of suck. But we can deal with it. There are a few different ways I can deal with it. Oh, it's also gonna make... No, it's only the second gym that's gonna suffer if we don't find it here. Although, I say that, I can get second gym to clear pretty easy with a Nidoking. here's the last bug catcher. It's gonna be really funny if, like, the last tile of grass we have does give me the Pikachu. Go on, face your natural predator. Shh, you would, wouldn't you? At least Burb is level 10. Did I pick up another antidote? I did. Oh, they're both at level 10. Let's look at the stat difference. So, here we can see that Spearow is the evolution. Spearow is leading the sort of balance between attack and speed, but is lacking in defense and special. It's very glass cannon. Pidgey, however, has a better stat spread. Like, the attack is slightly lower, but defense-wise it's more durable, it has the same speed, I think. Slower speed, less attack, but it's more well-rounded than Spearow. Come on. Come on. Are you gonna be here in the last... No, you're not. We'll come back here soon. Let's go look around a different place first before we reattempt getting that thing. Because it also means we're now going to have a different color palette. Look, it's more grey. The real question I've got to ask is, if all of my Pokemon are the way they are, how the hell am I getting through this first gym without just grinding my soul apart? Gen 1 wasn't really great on the whole early game experience. If you didn't pick Squirtle or Bulbasaur, your first gym sucked. Yeah, these guys are like level 7, right? Still 3. Peck out its eyes! Yeah, there we go. And again, Yellow sort of fixed it with Nidoran. It's not just Nidoran. Having Mankey available that early on as well made it so that you could have a fighting type Pokemon that would literally smash the first gym, but you also had the Nidorans that could double kick if you leveled them up enough. And Nidoran is a fairly early evolution. I think it evolves the same point that our Charmander will evolve. But raw power might just be what we have to use to get through the first gym. Which unfortunately means we'll be doing a lot of grinding now, but then we don't have to do a lot of grinding after this. Thankfully. The other upside to doing the grinding here is A, we could probably run into the Pikachu, B, at least the levels here are better, and C, the second evolution Pokemon, Kakuna and Metapod, they give more experience and anyone can fight them and they'll level up. So at this point we're just sort of wasting time, I guess. Well, not wasting time, but we're being stonewalled, basically. which is a pun I didn't intend to do, but here we are. So until that thing appears, I'm just going to run through all the attacks I can of Burb, and then we'll do all the attacks we can of Bird Up, and then we'll do everything we can for Barry, and then I guess we'll start picking Pokemon to level up after that, because who knows how long this could take. And it's not like the... There you are, you little rat! I'm not swearing when I play Pokemon. But if Unknown is still here, there's the proof you need that you can still find this thing in Viridian Forest. It's also kind of funny, because Cass immediately said, well, I defo won this prediction, and then we went into the fight, and here it is. So, weirdly, not only did you win the prediction, you also predicted, inadvertently, the exact moment this thing decided to appear. I love it. Let's end that thing. Where is it? Where is it? It was more than 10 minutes. Are you sure more than 10 is the correct outcome? My guy, it's been 40 minutes of trying to find this. Well, 30. We did sort of go off on the tangent of fighting Bob Ross. Half an hour to find this guy. I already know what I'm naming it too. And it's not being named... Oh, you level 3? Okay. We can dig it. Full disclosure, I have put a safety save in right here when this thing has appeared. Because we're not grinding it again. Alright, that noise there means it's not very effective. Pikachu is a electric type, which is super effective against flying. Thankfully it used Growl. Now, Pikachu is also a harder Pokemon to capture, not only just because it's harder to find. We got luckier here. But we've got the guy. Hello, mouse. Fun little thing. I actually do own the original Pikachu backpack. I got it as a birthday present when I was way younger. Obviously, when I was way younger. So I have a fat Pikachu backpack, and the only way to, like, make the difference is to say fat Pikachu or Pikachu, because regular Pikachu, because of the anime, now doesn't have the same design that it has here. It now has that, like, more slim, rectangular sort of shape, rather than fat, chubby hamster rat thing. Hamster mouse, even. And I've always preferred the fat design, because it looks like you could pick it up, it'd be, like, really, like, fluffy and squidgy, and it just, like, looks dumb. I love him. Do you want to give a nickname to Pikachu? Yeah. Yeah, I know what I'm calling you. Hello, car battery. Car battery is going to be sitting in my party, which means I need to eject something else, and I think it's going to be the Rattata, I'm going to be honest. The Rattata is not going to be working out for us. Not yet, at least. But yeah, as a kid, when I was playing Pokemon Red, I think it was one of my first few times playing it, I was like, hey, I know I know Caterpie evolves into Metapod, I wonder if Metapod evolves after that. Let's see if I can get it to evolve. And as I was grinding it out, I ran into a Pikachu, and then went, oh, Pikachu, and then That's how I know it was there. Ads are now arriving in 50 seconds. We're going to be grinding out again. When I need to get my Pokemon to about level 14 to stand a reasonable chance of getting through this gym. So please bear with me on that front. There's Michael. There goes Michael. We're going to pull out the car battery. Wait, I might be able to use car battery in order to... Oh, this could be funny. This could be great. Let's see. We're gonna see. Does car battery have a thunder move? Yeah, you have thunder shock. Okay. I'm about to apply a car battery to the local Pidgey population, and I will not be stopped. So you may have noticed as well when we quickly looked at Pikachu. Sorry, car battery. The car battery is going to be a great name. I love it. Car battery has a very high special stat. Now, if you remember what I mentioned earlier when we were fighting Bob Ross, what a naming scheme I've gone with for a lot of this today. When we were fighting Bob Ross, we ran into Weedle. Hi. We ran into, or I used Growl, and I was like, this is going to reduce its attack, but it won't affect the special stat. The special stat checks against special stat in Gen 1. And I'm fairly sure electric moves count as special. So what we could possibly rely on is if we ramp up Pikachu, the little... Look at him. If we ramp him up, not only is his speed going to be pretty high, so we're going to get nice crits every so often, but he should also be able to get around the defense of the gym. The downside is going to be it's still going to not be effective because of typing. Wow. Go, car battery, go! Also, what I mentioned earlier about, like, evolving via stones, Pikachu is one of those. So we probably won't be able to get the stones to evolve him for a while anyway, but the car battery is going to stay a car battery. This is going to be a very powerful car battery. And then we're just going to run up here. I guess an easy way to find out if Thunder Shock does count as Thunderbolt or whatever it's called, does count as special, is to just go fight a Kakuna. If the damage reduces over time, then it means, yep, it counts as against defense. Later games will make the differentiation between physical and special. They won't actually get that right, though, until, like, Gen 4. So. And what I mean by that is, there'll be moves that sound like they're physical, but they're actually special because they go off of the type as opposed to what the move is. For example, Volt Tackle. Sounds physical, right? Special. Until it gets changed, and then I think it does get changed to physical. Dark moves are another one. All of the dark moves count as special, which is really funny considering one of the biggest, most powerful dark Pokemon in the early gens scales off of physical, not special, so it sort of neuters its ability to use its own typing. Car Battery here just doesn't care though. Car Battery will happily take out everything I throw at it. And then because it has the typing and because it is what it is, I don't have to do that weird swap around that we had to do earlier for, oh hey, a Rattata. Other fun things include car battery. You might have caught very quickly when we were fighting Bob Ross that Squirtle's bubble could lower our defense. Poison Sting could cause poison. Thundershock, I believe, can cause paralysis. Paralysis is a really nasty status effect. It doesn't wear off naturally, you have to use a heal for it. It not only reduces your Pokemon's speed, it also makes it so that there is a, I believe it's a 50-50 chance that your Pokemon can't act on its turn. That speed stat, that speed stat's going up, special's going nicely, attack actually surprisingly higher. Maybe I misread the stats, but Pikachu is all about being a speedy, go fast, hit hard. So, this is going to be pretty nice and quick to go through. Because we're basically going to start one-shotting every Pidgey that turns up. And then, as I say, I want to get all the Pokemon that we currently have at, like, double digits to about 13, 14. That should give me enough power to get through the first gym. Hopefully. We'll see if it actually does or doesn't. And then, yeah, off-stream, what I'll do is I'll stick to the areas we've been in for sure. And I'll level up other Pokemon so that, like, say, for example, next stream we could have Rattata. It might mean that you won't see the evolutions of the Pokemon. For example, Michael might turn into its evolution off-stream, but you'll see the on-stream. I'm gonna try to cycle through Pokemon, basically, on-stream, and then, you know, make sure they're viable off-stream, so that we don't have to sit around for, like, a level 4 Rattata to be leveled up to level 30 to match everyone else. But for the... I'm trying to think of other Pokemon that we're going to get soon that are going to fall to the wayside for the time being, but we might end up seeing them again later. Oh, there's a Pokemon that I'm going to really love to use Car Battery against in the cave. That one is a Pokemon I do want to showcase more, because I think a lot of people don't give it the time it deserves, because of how annoying it is in the cave. But that might be one where I have to level it up off-stream. I definitely want to at least get Mew on stream. Mew is going to have to be one I grind off-stream, though. So, leveling. I guess I should talk about this. There are, I believe, 5 different growth types in Pokemon Gen 1. And the way it works is that there are 5... There we go, we've got Paralysis, so it may not attack, but it doesn't matter. Because we're going to kill it in the next hit. Oh, sorry, knock it out in the next hit anyway. No! Okay. Surprised. Very surprised. But if I remember right, the growth speeds are very fast, fast, normal, slow, very slow. On the long list of Gen 1 bugs and glitches, if you somehow find, and you can only really do this through a glitch to begin with, but if you find a level 1 Pokemon, you stand a very, very, very good chance of bricking your cart and having to start your whole game again. I think if it goes into the Pokemon computer, so you have to withdraw it or pull it out of the PC, if it's level 1 and you pull it out, it will crash every single time and it could corrupt the save. It's just one of those things. But again, there's... The only real way you could try to do that is through a glitch. The lowest level Pokemon you will find otherwise is level 2, which is what we've seen. Local 10-year-old boy takes car battery to local animals. Wilderness experts left confused. Level 7 is a pretty good leveling point. I'm trying to think of other things I could do that might get me through the first gym. Not really coming up with a lot of good ideas. There's one that would involve leveling up my Caterpie, but I don't think it will become useful in time. Because by the point of when we'd be able to do that thing, I'd probably just be able to power through with everyone else anyway. Welcome to level 8. When we hit to level 10, we'll have a look at the actual stats of the car battery. Hopefully it won't take that much longer to get this to... If we can get Pikachu to 14, I can sort of ease off on the others. We could just sort of break through on purpose. We could try to rely on a Tail Whip strategy, but I don't know how viable that would actually be. We'd need a significant level lead anyway, and at that point I might as well just start smashing the enemy. So far, so good. Well, I mean, nothing here is going to take out the car battery, so I've got nothing really to worry about. There's no risk involved here. The risk is going to be the gym. How far away are we from the next level? That's a pretty nice speed stat at level 8. Quite a while. I think it's worth speeding us up by just using the Cocoon as a Metapod in here. Besides, I need to double check that Electric does check against Special, not against Defense. Perfect. Ah, but you would be level 4 as opposed to level 6, wouldn't you? Gonna let it harden a few times. One more time. Okay. Looks like we check against Special. I'd prefer a higher level Kakuna or Metapod to be sure. Six? 5, I guess. So we saw how much we hit off the bat with the first one. I'm going to see... We're going to make it hardened 4 times, and then we're going to see if we 2-shot it. If we 2-shot it, we check in special. If we don't... we'll Thundershock now. We check against special. $50 experience. Ooh. That means we're 1 experience away from leveling up. Thank you, Kakuna. There are a few other things that got added in, like, Gen 2 that are quite nice. For example, I think Crystal, I don't remember if it's in Gold. But if you look at the health bar at the bottom right, you see that with, like, staircase we have on the left side, and then like that big open gap to the giant wall on the right, that gets used to show the current amount of experience your Pokemon has in at least Crystal. It might do it in Gold and Silver as well, but I might be wrong on that one. I know Crystal adds the idea of animations, so when you see a Pokemon it does like a little like dance. Cool, now I know how to paralyze things on command, which is really important. Come on, let's get you to 10, and then let's just smash my face against the gym and see how badly we do. See if we actually do need all the grinding I'm worried about. I'm hoping we don't need the grind. Probably another 3 Kakunas to level up. At least Kakuna and Metapod are functionally free experience. Having the paralysis might actually come in handy. How far off? 70. So we need 2 Kakuna or a Kakuna and something else. There's level 6 Kakuna, so it's this and literally anything. Ooh, half the health bar off of 1 Thundershock. One HP in a dream. The dream is gone. Let's go fight something out here just for a little bit of a different environment. Straight away. Okay, let's compare. our car battery against everything else. So attack is at 19, speed is at 24. As I say, it's built around being a very speedy boy. Compare that to Burb. Slower than... Wow. Yeah, Burb is about the same as the Pikachu. And then Barry is just well-rounded. So, what's the deal with this gym? Why am I so worried about it? Why is it got me running around back and forth like I've forgotten how to move forwards? Well, it's not got me so worried I wasn't trying to avoid a yawn mid-speech, but it is a very annoying typing for this early in a game. They do the same sort of gym at the start of Gen 3, but in that one you actually have a few different ways of getting around the gym. So this one, we're going to open up with Barry. You might guess from the environment, this is a rock-based gym. And the leader of the rock gym is called Brock. But first we have a junior trainer we have to fight. Hello, Diglett. At level 11. See, this is why I wanted like level 14 on my guys. Diglett is a kind of quick thing. Oh, we got a burn. Oh, that's huge! So, burn, like poison, deals damage over time, but also burn reduces their attack value, so we're going to be taking less damage now. Alright, Diglett went down without too much fuss. Hello, Sandshrew, a Pokemon I will not be able to capture in my playthrough. Hello. Look at him. He is so small and cute. Burn it. Don't appreciate that. 1 isn't too bad, but it could make a difference. 2 is a pain. We're gonna go for the Ember. We missed. The reason we went with the Ember is so that if we hit, we would have reduced it down. Hello, I'd like to introduce you to... Do you still have the ground typing? Yeah, so... Ground type Pokemon will not take any damage from the electric types. So it can't use you. We need to pull in... let's pull in Ripley. Oh, please don't just sit there and do this again and again. You actually have the durability to sit there and do nothing but sand attack. It's gonna do it. Please hit. I need you to hit when it does a sand attack. Thank you. Got Ripley up to level 9. Would have been nice to evolve, not evolve, but level up Charmander. I think, based off of that fight, we're not going to beat Brock. Our best bet might be... I need to power level Barry. and only Barry. If Barry can get us... So, Brock is a 2 Pokemon fight. If I can get Barry high enough to power through the first, and weaken the second, the other Pokemon can then just round robin and finish it off. Except for Car Battery. Ground-type Pokemon are immune to electric attacks. There are other Pokemon in this game that have immunities as well. Because of a coding oversight, I'm pretty sure is the reason why, Psychic-type Pokemon are immune to Ghost. If I'm leveling Barry quickly, I need to actually be in the Viridian Forest. That way every move is going to be a one-hit kill. One-hit knockout, even. Pretty sure I've spent as much time in Viridian Forest as I've spent in the entirety of outside Viridian Forest so far in the stream. And in all that time, we still have only seen one Pikachu. Actually, if I'm power leveling Barry to 14, I might as well get him to 15, 16. I think he evolves at 16. And an evolved Barry will absolutely sweep the gym, even if it is against his typing. Cass says 16, yup, yeah, see, I remember that Nidoran is 16. I thought one of the starters evolves slightly earlier, but they all might be 16. I might just be horrifically misremembering. I know the bug Pokemon, they do evolve pretty quick. I'm pretty sure Weedle and Caterpie, they might evolve at like 9 or 10. But a Metapod and a Kakuna isn't really going to help me out here. Neither is the evolution that happens after that. But it's fine. We'll just start burning the forest down. There's 12. It's going to be a very slow grind. Could be worse. Could be much worse. You could be a little young Pokemon player with just a Charmander and, like, maybe a Rattata. Like, yeah, I can take the first gym. No. No, you cannot, little Pokemon player. You gotta get there with your Charmander at, like, level 8. Or 10. Your Rattata at like level 7 or 8. You gotta be like, oh, the first guy was a bit difficult, but I got past him. You're gonna fight Brock, and you're gonna find out why lots of people hate the start of Gen 1. Squirtle absolutely clears the first gym on its own. So does Bulbasaur, but I think Bulbasaur has to be level 12? Because you get Leech Seed, then you get Vine Whip. Or is it Vine Whip, then Leech Seed? Either way, Bulbasaur takes a little bit more work, but will eventually get to the same point of destroying the first gym and the second gym, and being fine at the third one. Coley, hello, welcome in. You've missed the 40-minute search for Pikachu. We have Pikachu. I was trying to open up the menu there, but I guess we'll just go into here instead. Right now we're leveling up, well, Barry the Charmander, in order to get past Brock. So, let me just get comfortable, or we just show the Pokemon we have here. Cody says, hey, they know this game. I know this game as well. I've never beaten it, though. Give you a shout out. And Jamal, you turned up as well. Hello. I think you're still playing the RV co-op thing. Oh, no, you're back on Baldur's Gate 3. Ooh, are you doing a new challenge run? I think the last Baldur's Gate 3 I saw you doing was the Berserk thing. The Berserk Duo. But right now, in terms of Pokemon, we have Barry the Charmander, Ripley the Nidoran female, we have a Nidoran male, Bird Up, which is a Pidgey, Car Battery the Pikachu, and Burb the Spearow. I wonder how long I can keep the running joke of me not saying my name. Probably gonna slip up at some point and be like, alright, I guess we're gonna send out, and then say the name. Jamal says it's the solo honor mode attempt number 9. Well, you know, cats have 9 lives. Maybe this will be the one you beat. You know, 9 attempts. 9th attempt is the one that comes through for you in the end. Cass also said Leech Seed is at 7, Vine Whip's at 13. I was off by 1 level both ways on both of them. Because I think I said Leech Seed 8, Vine Whip 14. Or was it? No, I said Vine Whip 12. Leech Seed 8. So, I was under on Vine Whip and over on Leech Seed. Leech Seed is a really, really weird one. If I remember right, there is a bit of a broken interaction with Leech Seed in this game because of another attack in the game. Which makes it very, very funny. How am I going to show that one off? I'm going to need to have a second playthrough going, where I just have the Pokemon and I trade them across so we can see. Man, I guess I really am going to end up doing a 151 Pokemon completion. I'm not doing this for every Pokemon game I play. I'm not doing a full Pokédex for everything. That is going to drive me insane in later games. But here we are. But I hope everyone's having a good weekend. And a good Sunday. Oh, while I remember, because I need to talk about this as well at the end. There is no stream this Thursday or Friday. Because I'm going to go see Birthday... Well, what a great band's name to say while I'm playing Pokemon. I'm going to go see Birthday Massacre. And that means I'll be out of town for a few days. So, much like our character, I'm going on an adventure. Cass says, so not a rogue run for Jamal's solo honor mode attempt. Jamal goes, no, lol, I'm gonna go open hand monk, but I may try a ranger rogue multiclass if they fail again. I assume you've tried Gloomstalker Assassin Champion already. which is the only reason I know that build is because it's how I ended up building Minthara on my playthrough. Admittedly, I played on normal, I think it was. I wasn't playing honor mode, and I wasn't doing solo. I don't think I'd ever want to try to do Baldur's Gate 3 honor mode, let alone honor solo. Like, that's a challenge I know I would suffer more than I would enjoy. Cass says, may they suggest Warlock Paladin? Hexblade Warlock plus Paladin is a good combo. Isn't there a, one of the new classes that got introduced is like really, like, way better than even Paladin at doing that whole thing? Oh, what is it? Or, no, it's not. Is it that, or is it that they changed how something else worked and now that is broken? I can't remember. I'd have to look at the classes again to be able to pick out which one it is that's a better Paladin than Paladin. Especially at dealing damage. Jamal says, yeah, they've done that a good bit. It's solo as well. The first class was a Warlock Paladin, but that was before they added Hexblade. Hexblade is the... Is that the one that people tend to, like, loop in because you get a charismatic... You get to scale all your attacks and damage off Hexblade? Oh, sorry, off of, Charisma. Which is the main stat for a Paladin, where Barry's at 14. Barry also needs to go to the Poke Center. I'm most of the way there. I might as well evolve Barry now. Because that gives me a fallback plan for a few other problems further down the road. Not that I'm doing a challenge run here, but it's burning time now to save time later. So we're still going to be in Viridian Forest for like another 10-15 minutes. But once I'm done, we never have to set foot in there ever again. I might need to off-stream, but that's off-stream. You guys don't have to worry about that. I'll be the one going insane as I hear the Viridian music again and again and again and again. Cass says Hexblade lets you use Charisma when attacking. It wrecks in melee. Yeah, stacking everything onto one stat is usually pretty strong. It's why it was so funny when I played Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, and I had this melee spellcaster Lich. Charisma is your stat for health in that game. So I'd be really good at persuading people and arguing things, and also I'd be amazing at combat because my health is high. And Charisma would also scale a bunch of my other things too. Come on, Barry needs to hit 16. I'm not even confident that Barry, when evolved, could handle the gym himself. But Barry evolved would hit hard enough for everybody else to potentially win the gym. So, come on Barry, you're going to be the battering ram by which we win. But this is fine. How... I really do miss already not having the experience visible. I had to beat 5 Kakuna here. It's probably going to be another... We're probably looking at defeating 12 Kakunas worth of experience. So at most, I want to say 15 more fights. It depends how lucky we get. We get through them pretty quick. Trying to think, are there any Pokemon coming up that I want to, or I need to capture? Oh! One of the other iconic anime Pokemon is coming up soon. After we beat the gym. I need to capture that one. Just because that's another Pokemon that can make it easier for me to capture other Pokemon. Further down the line. But we also have car batteries, so car battery could probably do it. Although, I guess Worm could also fill in. I have a few different Pokemon, actually, that could fill in for the whole, like, we need to capture them, but we can't risk hitting them. I also need to catch an Abra so we can get the Mew. The Abra is vital to me being able to get Mew, so... What do I need to get in place to get that? I guess we could just throw balls and hope. That one I might save State Abuse. Just so we save time. Because, again, we've spent more time in Viridian Forest than anywhere else in the game so far. Actually, I might try it at 15 rather than going for the full evolution. We'll evolve, and then let me see how horrific the experience grind is going to be, and then go, yeah, fine, we'll go fight the gym. Brock can't be that hard that he takes on an entire party of different leveled Pokemon. Surely. Really, the Weedle is just slightly too low a level for me to level up off of it. I love you too, insect. Trying to think about the best way to get an Abra apart from just reloading a save until I get it by force. It would be... Oh wait, teleport might have priority. I might not be able to do it without abusing... Thank you for giving me Leah. Actually might come in handy. A little bit of sarcasm there, but it might be useful. If I think Barry isn't going to make it through the Onix, we can soften up the Onix. Spoilers, the fight I'm worried about is the Onix. So, before we go fight Barry, let's have a look around. Gonna break into this house. Hello. Pokemon learn new techniques as they grow, but some moves must be taught by the trainer. Pokemon become easy to catch when they are hurt or asleep, but it's not a surefire thing. Yeah, so sleep is always the best status to put them into. There is a little bit of weird quirky math that goes on that makes it so that like sometimes damage is better than other thing, and then other thing isn't as good as damage, but almost always put them just to sleep. Yep, hard at work, buddy. Every time you're just hard at work. Did I check out the museum? No! Show me the Yeah, show me the museum. You have to pay to get in, but it's worth it. Oh, that sounds like a scam. It's 50 Poké-Dollar for a child's ticket. Ooh. What a cool little fossil. An Aerodactyl fossil. What about over here? Now that looks cool. Kabutops fossil, a primitive and rare Pokemon. Meteorite that fell on Mount Moon. And a giant spaceship. If you think your daddy's gonna find you a Pikachu soon, bear in mind it took me 40 minutes to get car battery. Good luck, you're never gonna see your father again. It's like he's gonna step out for milk and cigarettes. July 20th, 1969. The first lunar landing. I bought a color TV to watch it. Okay, Grandpa, it's time to go for a nap. We have a space exhibit, and yeah, it's literally one rocket, and that's it. Wow. Budget cuts. No wonder you guys charge $50. Nice big open space of nothing. Alright. Let's get destroyed. Hi, Brock. Brock, you look completely different from the anime. All I can do is keep doing Ember and hope we punch through. I think Ember counts as physical. So Defense Curl is going to be an issue. No, it might actually be special. We might be fine. Barry at 15 might be okay. Never mind. Burn. Yeah, you immediately used full heal, but it's fine. We got a crit hit Ember after that. We're okay. I was about to use Onyx. We're not changing Pokemon. Hey, Onyx. I don't know if you have defense skills, so we're just going to keep using Ember for the time being. Crit hit opening. Very nice. Straight into a burn. Is this going to be the luckiest Charmander fight I've ever done? Don't you dare. So the AI sort of cheats in this game, where they won't abide by the same item rules you do. Onyx, what I mean by this is, it doesn't... Okay, I used Ember, Onyx should have done an attack. Instead, Onyx immediately got the full heal. In, I think, Gen 2, I don't know if they fixed this for yellow, but Gen 2 onwards, if I do an attack, it does an attack. It then has to waste its next turn to do any sort of like heal or potion or anything like that. Whereas in this game, if I burn it, if Brock has an item, Brock will use the item instead of it doing its attack. So it kind of works out the same way, but it's still not the same thing. That's attack. That's defense. Okay. Bide is fine. It doesn't do a large amount of damage. Does a small amount every turn. No, bide is I'm doing damage and then it's going to hit me for double the damage I deal. But we took out Onyx before. That's the luckiest I've ever got with fighting with Charmander. Straight into evolution. Brock is down. You took me for granted? Sure you didn't take me for granite? As proof of my victory, here's the Boulder Badge. They've received the Boulder Badge. Now we can learn how to use Flash, except I refuse. Now we have Chameleon. Or Charmeleon, but I'm gonna go with Chameleon because I think it's funny. And I alluded earlier when I mentioned about like evolution stones can stop some Pokemon learning moves when they level up, but there's other ways to teach them moves. TM and HM. TM is a one-time thing that can be used to teach a Pokemon. This is Bide. Absorb damage and then pay it back double. So it's really good for durable Pokemon, but also otherwise. Coda says GG easy, thank you Coley. Crash says Karma Chameleon, yeah. Chameleon. And with that evolution we've had a stat bump. You can see here that the Barry is going to be carrying us for quite a while in terms of power. So Barry then naturally is now going to sit down here. We need to start leveling up our other Pokemon. But there are a few other things I want to do first. We got a lot of money for winning the gym. I need to pick up a... None of those. I need to get Pokeballs. Give me 10? No, give me 7. And an escape rope. I'm not going to elaborate on the details yet, but the trick I'm going to use to get Mew... In yellow, you can get Mew even earlier than I'm going to get Mew, which is before Misty. And it requires you to use escape ropes, and the earliest you can get it is the cave that we're going to go to. So you get Mew like 20 minutes earlier. Oh, finally a new color palette. This is going to be a whole lot of fighting. And I don't really remember if there's any Pokemon I want to use in particular here. But I do want to level up. The goal now is to get Nidoran to 16. Same for Ripley. Both of these need to hit 16. If we can get everyone in the party to 16, that'll actually be perfect. Hello. I looked at you. I was just walking forwards looking at the ground. You sort of approached me. I think that's a bit weird. I'm like 10. Oh, hi, that's a Pidgey. We're gonna switch it to the car battery. Hey, were you looking at me? I thought you were looking at me. No, here's my car battery. Yeah, that Pidgey's gonna regret doing that in a second. Who would have guessed that the worst thing to run into this woman would be me and a car battery? About to send out another Pidgey? Man. Man, you would have thought I should have learned after the first one. Gotta do all my learning. Hello, car battery. Back at it again with another voltage shock. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice, dear. Oh, a sand attack? That's okay. Okay, now you're stacking them, which is going to be a bit annoying, but it's fine. I only need the one. I am very mean, yes. Alright, you're next. What are you carrying? You met me in Viridian Forest? And you still want to fight me? Alright, it's Weedle Boy. Oh, no, never mind, he has a Caterpie. Well, yet again, I guess we're gonna do you a learning. Do you remember this guy? Okay, the string shot might help you a little bit, but it's not gonna help you when I start doing this. Yes. How will I respond? Oh yeah, peck. Oh no, a Weedle? Well, you know, my Nidoran still needs some levels. Yeah, he does. He needs 10 more levels. Except now that I've switched my Pokemon out, it's reset the speed problem. But you still have string shots, so you're gonna be an idiot. An absolute fool about this. It's not gonna save you. We came into this area with Nidoran at level 2. It's already hit level 7, and we've only almost finished off with the second trainer. Do I feel confident that a level 7 Nidoran could take on a Caterpie? No, the speed difference is gonna take it out. Let's keep bringing up Burb. Kind of funny how all your Pokemon shot string at me and then fell over. Do you think there might be a correlation between that? Cal says gotta grab them all the Pokeballs. I'll carry all the Pokeballs I can. I'm trying to think of when we start getting the better ones. I think we start getting the better ones in Celadon. So it won't be a while, but we'll rely on the basic balls for now. I'm gonna switch you for Bird Up. No, actually, stick with Burb. Now, Rattata at level 11 is going to start being a bit difficult to deal with because, apart from the fact that it's quick anyway, I'm pretty sure you pack Quick Attack. So Quick Attack is a move that messes with priority order as opposed to speed order. What I mean by this is that all moves, I say all, most moves resolve at priority 0. Burb is down. That's fine, I can switch to Bird Up straight away. Quick Attack is priority 6, I think. Or it's priority 1, I can't remember. Basically, it's a higher priority. And the way it goes is, the attack order goes based off of priority, so if everything is resolving at priority 1, then you look at speed stat. Since most things resolve priority 0, it looks at speed stat, but because quick attack is priority 1 and say tackle is priority 0, quick attack always resolves first. There are other moves as well that mess with priority order. For example, Mach Punch, I believe, is priority 6. And now we have Horn Attack. Notably, there will be no horn-based moves for Nidoran Female, because she doesn't have a horn. Ekans! That is a Pokemon we'll be picking up in this playthrough. Ads unfortunately arriving in about 15 seconds. I might take that time to go and farm some experience, so we don't see the other trainers until we come out of the ads. If I remember right, you basically have no damage coming my way. Yeah. I'm a poison type, you're hitting me with poison moves, this is fine. Wrap doesn't do a lot of damage. Oh, but it stops you from attacking back in this one. Okay. Well, in that case, I'm going to introduce you to Barry. I need to head back to the Poke Center anyway. Ekans, really obvious piece of trivia here. Ekans is just Snake spelled backwards. You would have leveled up anyway. Go on, move a little bit quicker, please. Where do I want to do the leveling? Who for? Well, both of the Nidorans need to be leveled up, so... We'll just do a bit of fighting down here. Is there anyone I'm carrying that I'm not actually using? No, I am using everybody. Okay. Debatably, I could ditch Ripley. We could have a bug with us instead. Might actually be a good idea to do that, but welcome back to Viridian Forest. I promise, we're only here until the ads finish. We'll have a new area to grind through almost literally soon. Wow. I didn't realize Horn Attack did that much damage. Look, like, I get that the Nidoran is level 9, but I don't think Tackle even hits that hard. We'll find out. We'll fight. We might get into another fight with a Weedle. I'm watching that ad timer. I see we're at 20 seconds. Oh, it's time for a bit of science. Oh, it's Kakuna? I'm just gonna Horn Attack this. Okay, welcome back from the ads. I've done a little bit of grinding inside of Viridian Forest because it has higher level Pokemon than we can find anywhere else, and they're also, you know, Evolution 2. But don't worry, we're done, we're free, we're going back out, we're doing some more forward progress rather than spinning my wheels in literal mud. And that means we'll have new Pokemon to find. I think there's like 4 Pokemon we can get coming up. And our Pokédex, we have 10 already. We're doing good. We're doing real good. Because that 10 is actually wrong. You see, every Pokemon we have can evolve, and every time they evolve, we add it to the Pokédex, and it adds another entry. So, really, we have, we could do... I think it's 24 Pokemon is what we're carrying. Cody asks, Purple Bunny is Nidoran? Yeah, I have both of them. I have Nidoran male and I have Nidoran female. And Nidoran is the purple one. And the female is called Ripley. And we're keeping that running joke going of not pronouncing that last name. Because I think it's funny to hear people try to pronounce it themselves. Since we're going straight into birds, we got this. Coda says you might get a Moonstone from Mount Moon, evolve Nidoran into Nidoking, that's what they always do. That's why we're getting Nidoran, both of them, to 16. Is so that we can Moonstone them the instant they turn 16, so they can get their 1 level up move when they hit 23, but as King and Queen. Otherwise, if you Moonstone them after 23, they don't learn that 23 move. And for Nidoking, it's pretty useful. For Nidoqueen, it's great, but it's not as important. But there are 2 Moonstones we can get from there. Of course! That's fine. The priority here are the Nidorans, not the Burbs. Welcome to 10. Maybe I should swap a bird out for Worm. I might actually need the sleep powder that we eventually would get with Worm. Bit more experience onto Burb, since probably deserves it after getting poisoned. You know what, we'll just handle the rest of the attacks with Nidoran. And we're through. Oh, you're gonna send a Metapod? What a shame. Because if it hasn't been leveled normally, that thing only knows Harden. And you're about to give me a whole bucket of experience. One more. Five levels away. Although, I probably should have done a stat check, but Ripley's level 9 is a bit of a big disparity. 14, 16, 13, 15... 18, 16, 18, 16... Yeah. Nido male, I think, gets more offensive stats, while Nido female gets defensive. I forget what you carry. Isn't it like another Rattata and something else? I'm wearing shorts? Yeah, I'm wearing shorts. I'm a cool guy. I like to wear shorts. Spearow. I think I can say Q. No. I'm gonna need the car battery for this one. Car battery, you're up. Haha, it's gonna suck to be that bird in a second. Oh, Growl, what a shame. This is a special attack, buddy. And we just paralyzed the bird. Fortunately, Spirit doesn't give that much experience. Right, let's go deal with that poisoned. Cody says, gotta learn those moves before evolving. Horn Attack is powerful. Horn Attack is, like, really good. It's a shame that, like, for obvious reasons, Nidoran female doesn't get it as well, but... live and learn. Cody says, you gotta go to work now, Matt. Have fun. I hope you have a good work shift. I hope it's not too stressful. It's, like, nice and chill, nice and relaxed. Thank you for dropping by, and hopefully I'll be able to see you at some point during the week. I think if we do get both the Nidorans to 16, we will probably then swap out... yeah, we'll swap out one of the birds. We'll swap out Pidgey, Bird Up, and get Worm the Caterpie instead. The look you gave me, it's so intriguing. Sure I didn't just, like, confuse myself and stare into the empty void in front of me? Oh, go to Rattata. See if you can handle this yourself. Oh, we should be okay. We have a head start on the damage race. That's gonna hurt. Not as much as this, though. Powering our way through. Oh, look, a Nidoran male. Yeah, we're gonna change Pokemon. We're gonna switch to Nidoran female. So she can get a bit of experience here. Horn Attack is going to do a number on her. I think we play it safe when we switch to... Barry. Oh no, my defenses have fallen. What would I do? Set the rabbit on fire. Who could have seen that outcome coming? Okay, you're the, I believe, second to last trainer. We're gonna go clear the trainers out, then we will get the Pokemon. Oh, a Caterpie? Forgot to heal you up, but I'm pretty sure we can handle this, even in this damaged state. Yeah, Caterpie's not exactly strong, is it? Wait, that Caterpie should have evolved by now, right? Don't you evolve at like 9, 8, 10? Somewhere around there. Send a Metapod? Ripley has to play catch up. We're gonna find out if you have tackle. Cass says, burn it all! Burn it down! Well, that's the idea. That's why we have a chameleon called Barry. Oh yeah, all you know is Harden. We're just gonna sit here and mash the A button. It's just going to harden again and again, and it's not going to help it in any way, shape, or form. Because there's no way you have more than 35 health. And I have 35 uses of Scratch and Tackle each, so... Eventually, I'm gonna win this. Cass says they should all be one evolutionary stage above their current selves. Yeah, I know, right? All the Caterpies and Weedle should evolve by now. I can't quite remember when Metapod evolves and Kakuna evolves. I think they might be 12 or 12 to 14. Also, it's wild to me that the Metapod is about the same speed. Oh, they evolve at... Metapod evolves at 10? I thought it evolved like 12 to 14. Caterpie and Weedle evolve into the Cocoon Pokemon at like somewhere between 8 and 10. And then I thought they, the Cocoons then evolved past that at like 14. I know they're pretty quick on the evolution scale. I remember, a bit of a pain to deal with, but I'm just gonna bury you. I think Kaz might be misunderstanding. Kaz, I'm saying that Caterpie and Weedle evolve into the cocoons at somewhere between 8 and 10, but my confusion is, when do they stop being cocoons? Is it 12 or 14? Or is it 16? You're a fort. Say hello to the Pokemon that's new in this area, by the way. It's Jigglypuff. We can find one of our own. But, unfortunately I can't take yours. Ah! Straight away. So Sing is the reason why Jigglypuff is really useful for catching other Pokemon. Because it just puts you to sleep, and as you can tell, you can't really wake up until it's been, I think it's between 2 and 5 rounds. You can't disable anything I haven't attacked yet. Disable makes it so I can't use the last move that I used. Cass says they evolve at 7. Caterpie and Weedle turn into Metapod and Kakuna. At 10 they turn into Butterfree and Weedle. I thought it was later than that. Like, as I say, 12 to 14. Huh. We could have... Oh, we can go get them triggered pretty quickly. Am I thinking of, like, when you get sleep powder, then? There's something to do with the levels 12 and 14 for those Pokemon, and if it's not the evolution, I'm really stumped as to what it is. Unless it's like, sleep powder for Butterfree is 12, and focus energy for Beedrill is 14. We can get another Pokemon here, by the way, but I need a spare slot in my inventory. Bum, bum. That's gonna... No pun intended, that one is gonna bug me. Why do I think 12 and 14 with them? I'm gonna have to actually check that one. Give me... not that. $14 is Stun Spore, 15 is Sleep Powder, 13 is Poison Powder. And then, what am I... why have I got those levels stuck in my head for Beedrill as well? No idea, because you don't actually learn anything useful until 20. Which is funny. Huh. But yeah, okay, so the powders are around 14. That's probably where I was getting snagged. Anyway. We need to start doing a Pokemon Shuffle. Which is a different game. Bird Up needs to be deposited. And then we're going to walk over here to, I think it's this guy. He's got a deal just for me. Let me have a Magikarp for 500. What a steal! Give a nickname to Magikarp? Yeah. I don't have a regular hyphen, do I? I do. You best believe I'm immediately going to put Guan Yu into the box. We'll look at the Magikarp later, but for the time being, we have enough Pokemon we're trying to level up that we won't worry too much about it. Cal says Poison Powder is 15 in red, 13 in yellow. Yeah, the way they rearrange some of the moves is a little bit annoying. Did I heal? I think I healed. We did heal. So, now comes the fun part. I think there's only one Pokemon here that's new. The other new Pokemon are inside the cave. And I think I need to go over to... Well, it actually won't really matter much, but... We're gonna go try to get a Jigglypuff. I have a feeling I might be leaving... Oh, no, hold up. We can level up the Nidorans here. Ah! Nidoran, I forgot how much damage you can do. Oh wow, I found you way faster than I thought I would. You're level 5? Nidoran's gonna take you out in one hit. Tackle. Now the good thing is that I don't really need to level up a Jigglypuff. What singer do I want to name you after? Jigglypuff, the balloon. I'm gonna call you Ziggy. I'm gonna call... Yeah, I think it'd be good to call you Ziggy. Problem is, my Nidoran is still asleep. And as I say, I don't think there's other Pokemon that are new here. I think it's only Jigglypuff that's new in this area, but I could be completely wrong. My knowledge of this one area in between this place isn't great. Definitely remember the Jigglypuff, though. Now, in terms of Pokemon I do want to be carrying with me, since Metapod, well, the bug Pokemon level up so quickly, and we can get it for that, or we can get into the powder Pokemon very quickly. Worm is going to be added to my inventory. Hello, Worm. Level 3. Cass says, that's it for Route 3. Yellow had Mankey and Sandshrew. Sandshrew for red and blue, well, not red, it's not in red, but blue is definitely after Mount Moon, isn't it? I think I remember that one right. The same area where we're going to be getting Ekans is, I think, Sandshrew for blue. Worm is like a really low level, but that's okay. So I know that we said we're going to focus on the Nidorans for the time being, but what we're going to be fighting inside is going to be Car Battery Central. Car Battery is such a good name. Alright. This place. I think it has 3 new Pokemon. One of them we've seen already, two of them we have not. So I need to start doing a search for things. We have TM12. I think this is a water gun. It is water gun. Chaos says, well in blue it appears at Route 4. Yeah, that's the area after this one. We have Route 3, the cave, then Route 4, which is the area just before Cerulean, which has Ekans in red and Centra in blue, and I don't think it has any other new ones in that area. That's a potion. You're a trainer, right? Suspicious men are hiding in the cave. What about me? What about me? Do you think I'm a suspicious man? Oh, you're a bug catcher. This is gonna be funny. Hi, Weedle. A crit hit managed to do that. Say hello to my horn attack. Yeah, go on, do 1 damage. Yeah. One thing I'm not sure on. I'm hoping it is the case in Gen 1, but I know it is in later games. Can you poison a poison Pokemon in Gen 1? I know later, as I say, later ones, I'm pretty sure you can't poison them unless you have a special ability that changes that. For example, Corrosive, I think, is the one that allows poison Pokemon to poison Steel. I don't remember if there's anything like that. Like, obviously the ground immunity to electricity is here. I don't remember if the poison immunity to poison status is in Gen 1. It's a Kakuna, right? You know what we're about to do. Unless it tackles. It won't tackle. Okay. Strap in, we're gonna hit all the health out. Slowly. That was a crit hit, thankfully. The right side is that doing this, provided we don't run out of PP, which we shouldn't, this should level up the Caterpie twice. Really relying on those crits, by the way. If you could get, like, maybe 2 more, please, for my own sanity. Okay, could you get another one, please? Doesn't have to be right away. But at some point. Just so I definitely have the... There's no way this is 26 health left. Cass says, 4 new Mons! Gotta kill them all. I mean, knock them out. Oh, we're gonna be knocking out so many more than just 4. This kid's gonna be left alone in a dark cave with no protection, and there's gonna be swarmed with a Pokemon that I actually do want to have in my party. Which is a little bit weird, because most people don't like it. And I think it is purely because we're going to be seeing it way too often as we run through this area anyway. Because I'm going to full clear Mount Moon. I'm also not taking a vote on the fossils. I'm spoiling that by now. At the end of this cave, you get to make a decision of 2 fossils. And I am firmly of the opinion that one fossil is in many ways inferior to the other one. And I think my response to some of the fossils we saw in the museum might indicate which fossil we're going to be going with. Said fossil a lot in the last minute. Kaz asks, is it Paris? Zubat? Oh, it is Zubat. Yeah, it's Zubat. Paris, I don't mind. I can take or leave Paris. Yeah, we leveled up. Is that twice? I think it's the first person we're going to run into that has a grass Pokemon. You have an Oddish, don't you? Oh, you're Clefairy. Oh, the Oddish is further top right. I think Nidoran can take you. You... Oh, at least we got lucky with the instant wake. Problem is we are firmly on the back foot now for health. That's not good. I need to switch. Pull out the safety, although it's going to cripple the health, the experience gain of everybody. I should have switched to Barry to begin with, to be honest. Clefairy are an annoying Pokemon to deal with because they're very bulky in terms of health. And they do have a good amount of damage behind them, but look how much experience that went 3 ways. 66. I'm gonna open my mouth now, rather than when I was walking. I'm surprised we haven't ran into a Zubat yet. I just went round the outer rim of the left side, fought a guy, went to the right side, fought someone else, and then walked back out. Not a single Zubat. Where are my Zubats at? What should be like the first few steps of walking back in. Look at him! Look at the Zubat! So cool! It's, oh, what is the name of it? Nibblesnuff? I think Nibblesnuff is the name I'm trying to think of. We're gonna switch out to Nidoran. Oh right, pure poison type, that would work. Okay. So welcome to the other thing that people don't like about Zubat. The only attack it really has, for now, it does have another one that's a bit annoying, is that it can leech life. And we're just gonna Pokeball. It's a bat. Congratulations, it's a bat. I also know what we're gonna nickname this one. We're gonna go with a great name here. Someone might be able to see it coming because of the letters I picked already and how I've been naming things so far. No, let's not put the question mark on it. We have Rob Zombie. Castman. Oh, it's not Bruce. Yeah, Bruce is a bit too obvious. Rob Zombie, though, is a bit of a word association there that might confuse some people. But if you think about it, you might be able to get there. If I remember right, I need to go down that ladder. Second Zubat? Yeah. So once we've leveled up a bit more with Worm, I'm just going to have Car Battery right up front, because Car Battery will instant PKO, permanently knock out the Zubats. That's not going to hurt. So Leech Life doesn't deal a lot of damage anyway. Half the damage it deals you return as life. But unless it's super effective, you're not really getting anywhere with it. Worm should now be evolving into a Metapod. Oh, even better, car battery is now level 11. We're not going to evolve the Kakuna into... Sorry, we're not going to evolve Weedrill into Kakuna into Beedrill until after the cave, because honestly I need the powders more than I need Beedrill. Beedrill is just for offense. You don't do much to... Yeah. It's going to be a bit slow, but we are going to just handle the Zubat with Worm. I was tempted to go with Mothra, but I feel like Mothra is a very default, very normal, custom name for what is eventually Butterfree. It's going to be a surprisingly close damage race because of the whole we lose 2 health, but it gains 1 sort of thing that's going back and forth here. Metapod isn't going to be very good for offense. The main draw, as far as I'm concerned, for the Butterfree is having the 3 powders, and I believe in Gen 1 Butterfree gets Confusion. I'm pretty sure... If it's not Butterfree, it's definitely going to be the other bug that we haven't seen so far. Or the other flying bug we haven't seen so far. Potion for me? How nice. I don't want to deal with that guy there because I feel I should have saved a while ago, actually. Are you rock or are you steel? You're not steel. Steel doesn't exist in Gen 1. You're a nerd, which means I'm fighting Magnemite. Behold Magnemite. I don't know what typing it is in this game. It might be normal. It has thunder attacks, which means we just can't use Burb against it. Play it safe, play it cool. We're going to switch to Barry. Now, Steel is a type that matters in Gen 2. There's not very many Steel Pokemon in Gen 2. I think there's, what is it, like 5? I think it's literally 5 Steel Pokemon in all of Gen 2, and that's the one that introduces Steel. It might even be 4. Magnemite, Magneton both gain the Steel type. There's a trait evolution. There's 2 trait evolutions that give Steel, and oh, Skarmory. I'm forgetting about Skarmory, aren't I? Is Skarmory a Steel type? Or is it just flying? Oh, Magnemite will be electric in this one. Yeah, we want to change. We want to change back to Worm. Hello, Voltorb. I'm confident that Nidoran can handle you. Yeah, that just lowers my defense. See, I've had my defense lowered by 2 stages and you're still not able to hit me for anything that matters. That one did. But it's too late. Level 8. Yes, to find stronger Pokemon. Maybe don't bring 2 mediocre electric types into this place. This item right here. Will instantly give a level to any Pokemon. Instantly. We're not going to use it though, I'm going to leave it in my inventory. Do I want to fight you? I want to use a potion first. Not a Caterpie. Whatever will I do? Well, I've been foiled. I've been made slower again. Oh well. My little beautiful Ripley rabbit will just keep on tearing away. And then for this one, we're just gonna let Worm... There was a bit of a joke in... I think it was like the first... Maybe the second episode. Somewhere in the first few episodes of the Pokemon series. Where there's just 2 Metapods staring at each other, and then Ash is like, come on, guys. Come on. Do something. Because Metapod, if you haven't leveled it up, doesn't know Tackle. It just knows to stare and harden itself. But because we have a normal raised formerly Caterpie Metapod, we actually have access to Tackle. I think it's kind of funny that the Cocoon Pokemon by default only know to harden, they don't know how to attack. But they can't win them all, can they? Okay, well, its defenses are maxed out, so we're just going through Tackle at this point. Any crit hits you can offer me, please? This trying time. You have to hope there's less than 10 health on that. If it runs out of Harden, by the way, it will start doing Flail, which I'm pretty sure damages itself as well as me. Did you miss a Tackle? It's an inanimate object. How do you miss? Uh-oh. We might not have enough Tackle for this. I need a crit, and we're not gonna get it, are we? Don't miss. Just enough Tackle for that to work. Hey, we're level 9 now, though. Okay, Ripley could do with some more experience. Admittedly, it's not going to be a whole lot more experience. But every little bit helps. Just keep on beating down the bug. Why would you bring nothing but bugs to this place? I'm genuinely curious. What is the advantage? Like, oh, I guess, actually, if you're a bug catcher, you would come to Mount Moon, wouldn't you? There's a Pokemon we haven't seen, but we have mentioned called Paras, which is a grass bug. I think that's the typing for Paras. It's a bug. It's a hat. Oh, there's my second escape rope. I'm higher than I thought I was. That's okay. It's way bigger in here than you thought. It's a cave that's being used as like a through path to another city. How would you not think it was going to be big? Yeah, there's Oddish. Unfortunately, I got nothing for you, buddy. Except Barry! See, Barry can do a very... That's a grass move. Works the same way as Leech Life, except it's grass. So it's infinitely better than Leech Life. Problem is, that's an Oddish. It's made of grass. This is Barry, and he is very, very good with a Zippo. And then this is the other grass Pokemon. If I remember right, and I could be wrong on this one, Oddish and Bellsprout are version exclusive. I don't know which one it is we are going to be able to catch in red, but I don't think we can catch both. One of them is going to have to be traded. And the more I say this, the more it dawns on me that I'm going to be playing Pokemon 2 times through, but streaming it 1 time through. Oh, we've burned the Bellsprout. Technically, that's a 2-shot, right? Hey, worm hit level 10, you know what that means. It means it's time for Barry to level up as well. No, it's time for Butterfree. Hooray! Our first evolution 3 Pokemon. And those stats are still bad. 17, 16, 22, 22. Admittedly, it is 7 levels below Barry. 28, 30, 37, 28. So let's compare it to Ripley. 17, 19, 15, 17. Yeah. It's got flying type at least. But now I just need Worm to level up to get Powder. But now that we've done that, we can, as I said earlier, switch car battery up front. Especially because I need to go out and touch a Pokemon Center in order to get the attack move back for Worm. Hello, Mr. Rocket. We, Team Rocket, are Pokemon gangsters. No, you're not. Not with the voice I gave you. Oh no, he's got a whip! Oh no, he's got a... Oh shit, he actually has a Sentry. I swore and I try not to. To be fair, I think that's the first time I've sworn in this whole Pokemon playthrough so far, and it's been almost 4 hours. Leading with the Sentry was definitely going to catch me out. How are you going to react to this, though, my friend? Meet Barry. About to use Rattata. I think we win the damage race quite handily with this. We do. There's no way you recover. You're done. I'm sorry. I'm gonna steal your lunch money, Rocket Man. You have to explain to the gang back home that this real gangster got taken down by. Thank you for the poison move. Got taken down by someone with a car battery, an ignited lizard, and a pink, a purple even, a purple rabbit. How are you gonna live that one down? Your wife's gonna leave you. The children, they'll never look at you the same way again. You'll be a laughing stock. Oh, well, he's used Supersonic, which is... Uh-oh, we're fine. Confusion, I think, is a 50% chance to hit yourself instead of the enemy. But we got lucky. And it's the other reason why people hate fighting Zubats, because you run around, they're at a high enough level, they will just sit there and Supersonic you anyway. Is that my first Moonstone? That's HP up. I don't really want that. I'll keep it, but I don't really want it. No. I'm going to quickly divert back to the Poke Center so that our Butterfree can actually do something other than look butter and pretty. Ah. Level 11 Zubat, you say? Which means it knows Supersonic. Right on cue. Again, this is why we're leading with Car Battery. Eventually, Car Battery is just going to become so swole from fighting all the Zubats that we don't have to worry about potentially getting Supersonicked. And also, Car Battery is going to be leading us through the next gym. If you want to know how I intend to use Car Battery in the next gym, I want you to picture a giant swimming pool and a Car Battery and then Pokemon in the pool. It's effectively what I really did just win constantly just by naming this thing Car Battery, didn't I? Because, yeah, we're just gonna... Hey! You're a swimmer? You're a water Pokemon? Bzz! Every single one of them. There will be no survivors. Okay, so if it's not level 11, we might not have to worry about the Supersonic. But I also could have just checked my own Zubat to be sure. Go on. Do your funky little bzzz thing. Yeah, that's the one. Hooray! Moving on. Into another Zubat. Don't worry, it's not all Zubat. We'll see other Pokemon, but they only appear on the lower levels. I think Clefairy might be in this place. Yeah, that's great. I love you too, buddy. Oh, ladder. I forgot what TM01 is. Mega Punch. Ba-da-da-da-da. I like the rocket theme, I'm gonna be honest. Oh. A level 12 Zubat. Delightful. A level 12 Zubat that's gonna make it past turn 2. Unless we crit hit. Never mind. Ekans. We're gonna switch out to Nidoran. Yeah, you do whatever you want to, Ekans. Like, if I get another Horn Attack out after this one, you chose to do a Poison Sting. Hi, I'll do it, but I'll knock you out. Remember there was something down here. Oh no! A Zubat. Not a Zubat? In a cave? It's gonna be so fun when Car Battery gets to the point where they're one-shotting most of the Zubats. I think we'll have to be like level 14 or 15 for that to start happening, but we're getting 69 experience every single time. Okay, there's another trainer we have to fight here, except first we're gonna fight with a Zubat. Who could have foreseen? Stay away from the summoner! Boosh. Hello, I wish to fight you. No, I didn't come to explore, I came to fight you, specifically. Your name's on a list. Worth a lot of money. 300 Poké-Dollars, I hear on the street. Level 10 Rattata with a Car Battery. You know what, Car Battery can take this. It's gonna be dicey, but Car Battery can take this. Unless you get quick attacked. Yeah. Well, we're going back to the Poké Center. That's fine. We get to do a bit more leveling. Have Ripley handle this, actually. Ripley does need the experience. Another Rattata? I'm just gonna let Worm eat the experience here. Since our friendly neighborhood Zubat dealer is gone. Problem solver, I should say. Speaking of Zubats, can you take a Zubat by yourself? Yes. Okay, maybe we have Worm right up front for the time being then. That could be a good idea. Fortunately, the car battery is now dead. There's Moonstone number 1, and I'm immediately going into a fight. That's okay. Means Worm can actually get some hits in, get a few more levels of their own. Although I am going to want car battery up and ready before we get to the end of this. So we're going to be running back out, and then running back in. Which probably will take the entirety of the ad break. I think we're about to get the warning soon. We will see. But we're going to start making our way back out. Wait, now that my car battery is gone, it's suddenly like, no more Zubats. Not even gonna fight like 3 on the way out? But there's 1. I guess car battery is gonna be up and ready again soon, but we're gonna leave Worm in front. Because car battery does matter a bit more. There's the ad. Car battery matters more for what's coming up, so I'd like to get them leveled faster than anything else, really. And then, assuming we don't hit any roadblocks, we should have Mew before the next ad. It's taken a little bit longer than I thought it would take us to get to the point where we can get Mew, but admittedly, if we had Bulbasaur or Squirtle, we would be like an hour ahead at this point, at least. The only huge time sink apart from, you know, the ads. No, apart from grinding to be able to deal with Brock, was getting Pikachu. Speaking of dealing with things, there's Zubat number 2, which is wild. There's a trainer we need to fight, but I'm going to wait until the ads are finished before we fight the trainer. And for the time being, we will just run around and level up Worm by fighting the Zubats. I'm wondering something. I'm thinking deeply to myself. If I effectively have to play Pokemon Blue alongside Pokemon Red, should the final fight of Pokemon Red be against the Pokemon Blue character? It would effectively be playing myself against myself, but let's think about this. The ads are finished. Let's actually get some like more thought put behind this while we go to fight this trainer by here. If I am going to be trying to fill out the Pokédex, which does require me to play Pokemon Blue, then there'll be a point where I might as well finish Pokemon Blue as well as finishing Pokemon Red. Hello, Geodude. I still don't have a great way to deal with you, but we have Barry, so it's okay. If I might as well finish Pokemon Blue as well as the playthrough of Red we're doing for stream and everything else, then I could have it so that once we defeat the Elite Four, that we then go against a party that I use for Blue to beat the Elite Four. Now, where this might get a bit odd is, as I say, it will basically be me playing against myself. But there are a few ways I can sort of vary that up so it's a bit more interesting. One of the ways is that I could let somebody in the chat... Am I fighting another Geodude? I think I am. Somebody in the chat could, like, take control of the Twitch, the Pokemon Red character, and then I control the Blue, but then you could also argue that, hey, if I see the chat, then I already know what the move is going to be, and then it sort of defeats the purpose because it's going to be a bit weird to play it like that. A different thing I could do is I set up a random 1, 2, 3, 4 system that picks the move of the Blue character. So while we may know the Pokemon, or I'll know the Pokemon, we could still have chat, like, pick the party of 6 we use to defeat the Blue character. And then we just random roll all the enemy moves. That actually might be the more viable one of the two to do. I'm open to other suggestions for maybe how to get it to work. Or... the real extreme thing I could try to do is once we beat Red, is I then try to ROM hack Red to have the Blue winning party controlled by the AI. Which again, it means that I will know what the Pokemon are going into it, but you could make that same argument for any NPC in this game, in any Pokemon game. You just look up, like, I don't know, I've never played whichever Pokemon game she's on, but Cynthia. You look up Pokemon used by Cynthia in Elite Four fight, and you go, okay, so she has like 3 Garchomps and a shotgun. No wonder she sweeps the team so fast. But at that point, it would be the AI choosing the moves, not me. Admittedly, the AI in this game could be a bit really hit or miss. Oh, cool. Worm is now level 12. That means we get a Powder. You get Confusion at 12! Generational pull right there. The reason why Confusion is so important, it's not going to show me because I can't do move inspection here, but you see how Butterfree's highest stat is special? Confusion is a Psychic move. Psychic is super effective against Poison and, I believe, Ghost. The typing gets changed a little bit in Gen 2. I don't know if it's just... It's not Ghost, is it? Is it Psychic and... Psychic is good against Psychic Poison, or is it Poison and Ghost? There's something weird. Basically, Psychic is like a silver bullet in this game. Once you have it, it's fantastic. It also means that Worm might now be able to solo Zubats. Hello, Geodude. I was wondering when you'd finally turn up. If you wanted a great example of the fact that Psychic is a silver bullet in this game, behold, we now have a way to deal with Geodudes that isn't just throw Ember at it and pray. Okay, let's get a Geodude. Almost. Made me waste a Pokeball. It's alright. Burb did the same. Found in fields and mountains, and also this cave. Do you want to give a nickname to Geodude? Yes, I'm going to be really boring. I'm going to call it Dwayne. If you don't know why I've called it Dwayne, think about it for a second and think of famous rocks called Dwayne. But Geodude evolves into Graveler, which is one of the trade Pokemon, which we'll have to care more about later on. Do I find Paris in the tunnel too, or is it just Geodude? There it is. So now my question is, where's Clefairy? We haven't seen that one yet. I'm pretty sure if I confusion you, I take you out straight away. No, we're good. Cass says Dwayne the Diva Johnson is the only Dwayne they know. I think they might be related. How'd you miss? I didn't want to do this, but here we are. All you had to do was not miss. You're killing me here, Butterfree. Oh, at least we got Paris on the first go. I swear Clefairy's in Mount Moon. But are they in, like, a specific floor? Or is this going to be a case of they're not in blue? Oh, sorry, they're not in red. We've done one famous we've done a few famous people already. We're gonna do another one. I'm pretty sure there's a Clefairy somewhere. You're not a Clefairy. You're categorically not Clefairy. Maybe it's the lower level. Welcome to the joys, by the way, of a multi-level area that has different Pokemon on different levels. Zubat, I think, is entirely on the first one. Geodude, I thought, was a rare appearance there. It still might be, but obviously we ran into it more on Basement 1. And then Basement 1 also has Paris. Basement 2 has Paris. Yeah, hey Freakazoid. I'm gonna switch out for a second and bring out Barry. Although Barry is sort of running low. Worst case is I use an escape rope and we just run through this again, but we should be okay. Cass says Clefairy are 1% on the first floor, 4% on Basement 1, 6% on Basement 2. I had a Clefairy as a kid when I was younger. It's one of the ways I beat Misty. So we now have 2 Pokemon who can handle Zubat. I really should try to get a Clefairy. But I'm also conscious of the fact that we spent 40 minutes trying to get a Pikachu. We might just have to sort of... Oh god, no. My concern here isn't just that it's level 16. It's also that it's Eradicate. Psychic won't affect... Oh, Ghost... it's Ghost that doesn't affect normal. Psychic will. Hyper Fang is the reason why I'm a bit scared of Raticate. It is a very dangerous move on a Pokemon that has a good speed and good attack stat. We're gonna hop out. Barry's gonna eat one and just keel over if anything goes wrong. We're gonna go to Nidoran. Case in point, crit hit with a Hyper Fang is gonna knock out basically anyone I have. We might get swept here by Eradicate. I need to hope that car battery goes fast enough. Here we go. We're going back to the Poke Center. Oh good, it does know how to miss attacks. The thing I have to hope for is that we can get it low enough that we can still take it out with a confusion, or it just does something like this. Maybe Ripley is able to finish it, but I don't think... She's got it. We're escape roping straight away. Thank you, Worm, for finally getting to level 13. Welcome to level 12, Ripley. That is probably the single most terrifying option of a fight we've ever seen. You don't lose the game, by the way, if all your Pokemon get fainted. You get sent to the most recent first aid center that you went to. Sorry, Pokemon center you went to. And then you lose some money. Or you lose some money and then you go, but... Yeah, you lose money. We don't want to lose money. We need money. We need money for the Pokeballs. But yeah, Raticate Hyper Fang is such an infamously dangerous thing. And then, as I mentioned, it has a good speed stat, it has a good attack stat. Speed being related to critical hit, it will crit and it will ferociously ruin anything it runs into. Because that's just how this game rolls. And then when we get a crit, we instantly take out a Zubat at level 10. Is my best chance of getting a Clefairy then to run around on basement 4? Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll do 5 minutes of basement 1, we'll do 5 minutes of basement 2, we'll do 5 minutes of basement... Sorry, ground floor, and then 5 minutes basement 1, then 5 minutes basement 2. The reason we'll do it this way is it means we'll have spent 15 minutes total in various different areas, but at least we would have also been leveling up the main ones. Hey, Geodude! I guess you just didn't want to appear before. Wait, I was a fool then. This means against Brock, you could have whipped. I could have actually. Okay, scale us back. Back when we were thinking of different ways to try to deal with Brock, one of the ways I was like, no, it's not gonna work. We're gonna have to like level them up and grind them. It's gonna be a pain. I was debating getting Butterfree and then getting like sleep and poison powder and then poisoning the Pokemon and then messing with it. Because I thought Confusion came later. I thought Confusion was like level 20 something. If I had realized Confusion was learned so early on by Butterfree, we could have just had Worm at level 13 face roll the entirety of Brock. Granted, it would have also meant we wouldn't have Chameleon. And that actually is going to save us with a fight that we're going to have to deal with later in this cave. Because I'm going to need Brute Force. But it also means we probably didn't need to spend that much time in Viridian Forest. It's so nice having two Pokemon, at least, that could just cleave through wave after wave of Zubat. It's just a shame that Zubat itself doesn't give a whole lot of experience. But we're making for very good time on this 5 minutes on ground floor. Level 14. Car battery should probably be up front for a little bit, considering how far ahead Worm is. Yeah, let's switch to car battery being on front. Because again, car battery is also going to be the main thing that gets us through the next gym. So we might as well get some of that leveling out of the way here, since we're looking for Clefairy as it is. But unfortunately, your damage isn't as good as Psychic. Or isn't as good as Butterfree. Might be now. Okay, this is the last Zubat of this floor. Then we go down one floor and we probably roll... Who are we going to roll up front on that one? They have to be able to take on Geodudes and Paras, and I think that's going to end up being Barry. Have I been down this ladder yet? I think I have. Barry, we need to have words about you and Zubats. Actually, you just need a fire move that's stronger than Ember. Yeah, we've been here. But this is also where we'll do our leveling for... or looking for Clefairy in that ladder section down there as well. And then, as we just sort of run around, if we happen to run into Clefairy, that'd be great. It's not guaranteed, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. This Geodude can go and melt. Oh hey, Barry hit 18. Still not a Clefairy. I don't know, there's just something that's not quite right that makes me think you're not a Clefairy. It might be the wings. I don't remember Clefairy having wings. Also not a Clefairy, and it might be because you're made of rock. I think it might be the rock. Could be wrong though. No, I think the encounter rate in this little, like, basement one is a little bit lower than ground floor. So we have another 2 minutes of this floor. Then we go down that ladder that's down beneath me. We run around there for 5 minutes. Then we go all the way back to the Poke Center, restock, refuel, re-energize. And then we're gonna go finish this dungeon. Because that's functionally what this is. It's a dungeon. Full of Zubats and no Clefairy. Not a single one to be found. Nope, no Clefairy here. Mount Moon, it's vacant. It's vacant. It's full of rocks, it's full of bats, it's full of this weird, trippy little insect with the mushrooms poking out the top of it. I don't know if that's healthy. I don't know if the Paris is okay. Some sort of botanist or entomologist might want to... Entomologist? Entomologist. Might want to come and have a look at the Paris. I don't think it's doing so good. But I'm sure it will never turn into some sort of weird zombie-like infestation, will it? I wonder if Barry's going to hit level 20 by the time we leave Mount Moon. I can tell you we're probably not going to run into a Clefairy here. This is the last fight of this floor before the time is up for this. So we're just going to roll further down. Pikachu, why can't you one-shot this? I know, to be fair, we're level 17, let's say 18 with a Chameleon. Not exactly strenuous here, are we? Level 10. This is fine. We don't have a lot of uses of Ember left. I might switch out to Car Battery. Car Battery. Put Car Battery up front. I should put Nidoran up front, considering I did make a deal of they need to be level 16 when we find the Moonstones. We found one Moonstone. I don't remember where the other Moonstone is. I swear there's two. Of course, now we run into a Paris. I swear there's two Moonstones in Mount Moon. But I'm struggling to remember where the other one is. Cass, do you know where the second Moonstone is in Mount Moon? I've got the one off the ground floor that's in the top left near the Geodude. What are they called in later generations? Hitchhikers? I got the Moonstone from that guy. I don't remember where the other one is. I don't know if it's like a hidden item or if it's another item that's just on the ground, but I'm pretty sure there's two. You are a Barry problem. Actually, I can switch you for Worm, but we'll go Barry, because Barry. I had a funny feeling that the other Moonstone was in one of these, like, sub-areas that we're running around at the moment. Cass says it's in basement 2, hidden on a wall. Great, so it could be one of these side areas, like, one of these areas down here. We just don't necessarily know. Cass says they think southeast of the Super Nerd. Super Nerd is the last one we have to fight, so it's probably gonna be that last ladder then. But we can just quickly check this while we sort of walk around. Hi, Geodude. Come on. Just melt. Thank you. I know we didn't spend the full 5 minutes down there, but if we're now looking for a Moonstone, we're going to be in a lot of basement 3s anyway. Trying to think of other Moonstones that I know the existence of. The only other one I know for certain is all the way over in Celadon City, so that's going to be quite a way away, and that's a little bit too late for what I want to do with the Nidos, so sucks to be them. So I do need to find the second Moonstone here. You do get an item eventually called the Item Finder that sort of pings and makes noise. Let's go check the walls. Hi. Who's it gonna be? Geodude? Zubat. Good. Good. Mo Zubat, mo better. More things for me to electrocute. I check the wall and immediately we find a Zubat. I must have woken the poor guy up. That's right, let's help him go back to sleep. See? If this was Worm, that Zubat will be having a very nice peaceful nap for the next century. Yeah, so the area directly above me, you can see that there's like ground that looks like the rest of the ground we were walking on. That area above me is where the Super Nerd is. And unfortunately, I have a feeling it might be that we have to just go there. This area is a bit weird, but I think I found a TM here. I'm mashing the A button as we walk. Well, that's not going to be a Moonstone, is it? It is a Zubat, though. It's not a Clefairy. It's got that sort of round thing going on, but it's not a Clefairy. Oh hey, car battery is now level 14. Alright, Barry, I'm gonna need you to torch this Paris, and then we're leaving. Barry's 19. I might actually be correct in saying he will hit 20 on the way out. When we move on to, you know, making progress. Right now, though, we need to go back to the Poke Center and then get through that last area. So if Car Battery over here could take out Zubats in one hit just like Worm, that'd be great. I'm hoping that Car Battery now actually can one-shot the Zubats. We can one-shot a level 8. What about level 11 might be a bit tough. Yeah. We're now 3 for 3 on Car Battery not being too confused. The Car Battery is reliable. Could I have electrocuted you? Yeah, I didn't think so. You are rock ground. Bring out the worm. Oh, no, I need to go left, not down. If you think this cave is a bit of a nuisance, just wait till we get to the next one. Thankfully, unless I'm about to be proven wrong, I'm pretty sure there are no Pokemon unique to a floor on the other cave. Victory Road is different. But I'm gonna call it the Flash Cave because I don't remember the actual name of it. The Flash Cave, Flash, not Flesh, which is completely different. Flash Cave, I think, is where we find Onyx. And fighting Pokemon, and I don't think there's anything else there. Alright, Car Battery, time to light the way. Paris on floor 1? Yeah, I ain't fighting that. I have a high enough speed stat that I can reliably run away from things like you. That's right, we can run. That's an option we haven't done yet. Oh, we're gonna get really lucky. Can I get to the ladder before? No. Okay. We should be in the clear for leaving the cave. We just have two relatively difficult fights to get past. There she is! There she is! Look, it's Mascot v Mascot. Get paralyzed. Caught on the first go. Hey, Clefairy. I need a third moonstone for you. If I can find the second one here, that means you get evolved at Celadon. Do you want to give a nickname to Clefairy? Yes, I do. I subscribe to the theory that the Clefairies are all aliens that came down on the meteor, so... that's not how you spell alien. The alien has been I should have called it the alien, actually. Alien has been transferred to the PC. We can leave. Well, no, because we still need to find the, oh god. I need to check all these walls. Oh, I have to check so many walls. I need my team to hold together. I'm gonna run away from the Geodude. Geodudes we're not fighting. I'm running. I'll fight you two. Actually, I think Zubat is the only thing I will fight. Please don't hit yourself. Thank you. I have taken the equivalent of like 4 steps there. You gave me another Clefairy? I already have one. I don't need a second. It's okay. Shocked the thing. We're gonna see how resistant the aliens are to the car battery. Oh god, this might be dangerous. If it chooses to sing, car battery is in trouble. Okay, it's not any of these walls. Is that another Clefairy? Good. You think for a place supposedly covered in, like, moonstone, this would be a lot easier to find. Run. Run! God, I'm gonna be there for ages if I check these walls. I'm just gonna go check that area that I think it might be. Which is, I think, protected by a Team Rocket. What is the drop rate of Clefairy all of a sudden? I can't fight a Clefairy, it's too dangerous. I can't believe those words left my mouth, but they did. Okay, so this Team Rocket guy here is the one I'm sort of worried about. I'm not too worried about the person after this. I think the Moonstone, if you look where my character is facing, is a dead straight line to the side. But we will see. First, I'm about to lose like half my team for this. Okay, car battery. Good work. A quick attack would have done you in there, but thankfully it didn't choose to do that. Okay, we're fine. For some reason, I thought you had a goal bat. And you're paralyzed. Okay, well, we might still be in trouble because we could always hit ourselves. Finally, it's happened. Car battery knocked himself out. That's perfect, I guess. I wasn't expecting car battery to make it through this whole place absolutely unscathed. So that's fine. Oh wait, who's up first now? We need to change that to Worm. Oh, it's not. It's not. I actually do need to find this moonstone. Where is it? Apparently it's here in the dead end. Oh, unless they mean that dead end there. For some reason I thought that section wasn't a thing. It's probably going to be there. Worm can confusion these, but I don't want to. Right idea, but wrong dead end. I thought it was that double down by there, not that bit. We have both moonstones. We can now actually go back to focusing a little bit on our friendly neighborhood rabbits. Ideally, I get one of them to hit 6. Well, we know which one's going to hit 16 first. Hello, super nerd. I'm going to steal your lunch money. I should have led with a worm. So Grimer is a pure poison type, and as I mentioned, Psychic just absolutely ravages poison types. But also it being poison means we have nothing to worry about with Rabbit up front. Okay, now we... Oh, it didn't disable the last one I used, it just disables a random one in this gen? Okay. There's level 15. Voltorb, not changing Pokemon. Cass says that the Grim is saying, "Raise the roof, everyone!" I don't think... Actually, I was going to say, I don't think Grime will be a great DJ, but there is literally a music type called Grime, isn't there? So do you think Grimer's a big fan of jazz? Coughing! Yeah, so basically a generational sweep if you bring Butterfree to this fight. Why do I remember you being so much more difficult? Was I confusing you for yellow? Wait, hold on. This might be enough to level Nidoran straight into 16, and if you do, we can immediately use a Moonstone. Don't get taken out, please. You have enough health. Just. If you missed there, it would be so upsetting. Oh! We're leaving here with a Nidoking. What's that? We're evolving? Also, my assumption that we'd be able to get Mew before the next outbreak might be a bit wrong. Because there are 6 fights, I think, that we have to do, and we need an Abra, so... Take 1 fossil. Take the Dome fossil. Never take the Helix. Dome. Dome. Always Dome. Only cult members follow the idea of the Helix. Hello, Zubat. Meet my Nidorino, even. So, Nidorino. It's a fun little Pokemon. Look at him. He's a big, buff, bulky little rabbit with a poisoned horn. Those stats, by the way, are pretty good too. At level 16, this is rocking 30 attack, 27 defense, 29 speed, 27 special. The only direct comparison we can pull, really, is Barry. 31, 34, 41, 32. So Barry is much quicker, but is sort of caught up on the rest of the stats. You could maybe compare Worm at 14, which is 22, 29, 29, but it's kind of obvious that that's leaning the way it is. Whereas here we have a nice well-rounded Pokemon. And I'm about to hit it with a rock. So. Moonstone. Now it's a bipedal, very angry, very big, bulky boy. 36, 33, 35, 33. A moderate stat bump. But at level 16, this is an absolute wrecking house, and you may notice it now has a second typing. Ground. Now, given what we've seen with Car Battery, some people, such as Cass, may realize why I'm so looking forward to having both Nidoking and Nidoqueen in my party, leveled up and ready for a gym. We're just going to invalidate an entire gym using, well, what would be 2 Pokemon, but really it's going to be Nidoking. Nidoking is just going to full sweep and send everyone in that place to the trash. We'll see if we have the time to do it for today, though, because there are some steps you have to do before you get there, but we now have the King. And now we need to get the Queen. 4 more levels on Ripley is all we need. But welcome to Route 4. Do not forget... Oh, is it not here in this? There's sometimes, I swear there's sometimes an item by here. It might just be yellow. I know in Gen 2 there's like 2 guys that are here. Or I might be thinking of like a different plateau. Hello, Great Ball. I'm going to need this, and I'm going to be save scumming the Abra catch, because, as I say, it's the only thing I will save scum, it's the only thing that I will abuse the save state for, because the sooner we get that done, the sooner we can get Mew done, and then I can demonstrate that whole thing. But we can't get the Abra just yet. The Abra is in a different area that is a little bit painful to do. I forgot what TM04 is. What are you? Whirlwind. Oh, that just gets rid of a Pokemon. We don't care about that. How do you get up there? How do you get up there, I wonder? Ekans is down here. I don't think Abra is down here, but Ekans is down here. We're gonna worry about Ekans later. For now, the focus is now trying to streamline getting to Abra. Because then that means very quickly after that we get Mew. So there are a few things I'm going to need to do party-wise. First off, someone's PC, I need to check one, no, it won't let me check until I drop someone in. We don't need Worm, really, or Burb. Let me think about this. We're about to have the first fight. The first mandatory fight with Bob Ross. Spoilers, it's one of the 6 fights we have to do. Who do I not need in my party? Who do I need up front in my party is probably a better idea. Car battery in front. We need Ripley. We won't need Burb. And then we keep Worm. I'm also going to put a hard save here. And then we're going to go check the market. We have a lot of money. I'm going to save my money, actually. Okay. I know I say okay a lot. I'm gonna get the Abra. And then I'm going to talk you through how we're going to get Mew on a completely 100% reproducible every single time. I need to go in here a second. 100% reproducible every single time memory exploit that involves the game and doesn't involve, like, you know, Game Shark code or anything like that. I swear there's supposed to be like an item hidden in the backyard here. But again, I might be thinking of Gen 2. Okay. Oh, is it in his trash? No. This guy just tells you about badges. Describe the boulder badge. The attack of all Pokemon increases a little bit. Tell me about none of them. I can see the ads are going to be arriving soon. I can't go and get the... I can't do the fight. You know what? We're going to go this way. Right? So we're either going to get the Ekans, or we're just going to grind. And I'm hoping we get Ekans first, and then I can just grind. That's a bird that I'm about to introduce to the wonders of a car battery. I promise an Ekans is down here. For the people who don't get caught by the ads, they will see it. For the people who get caught by the ads, you're gonna have to take my word on it. Unless an Ekans turns up now. Ah! It's yet another Spearow. But the people need to see the snake! The snake! The snake? No, we're in ads though. I am gonna have to immediately put that snake into the box as well when I get back, but... it'll be fine. Sandshrew as well, by the way. We get Ekans here. Sandshrew you would instead get here. Instead of Ekans. Hey, Raticate. A Rattata, even... gee, I'd be fearing for my life if you were a Raticate. That's a bit rude. Come and get your shock therapy like everything else that's going to be standing in my way. We get car battery to 16. That's actually going to be really, really helpful for the fight coming up. Hey, Ekans. Took a while for you to turn up. Send again. Do I actually need to weaken you? I do. We'll do another tackle after this. As long as we don't crit, we're okay. The ads are still rolling, by the way. They might actually... we might be able to hold on the Pokedex. We got it! Ekans is mine! Okay, we're gonna hold on the Pokédex for a second when I sip some water and stretch my leg. Apparently, Ekans is 6 foot 7 inches. That's a big snake. But I also like here that what I said earlier, Ekans is snake but spelled backwards, really obvious on the Pokédex. But if you did get caught by the ads, congratulations, you just missed me try for about a minute to catch this thing. We got it eventually, we have Ekans. And now we're going to give it a nickname, and I think it's only fitting that I give it a really relevant nickname given what we're playing through. But the ads are finished. We did a little bit of grinding, didn't get any levels out of it because we immediately ran into Ekans and I had to capture the thing. But we're gonna just put that back into the Poke Center. Heal it first so I don't forget that it's not only damaged but paralyzed. Goodbye, big boss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We can fit 9 more Pokemon in there. You can only fit 20 Pokemon in a box, and the game will not tell you when it's full in Gen 1. It will lead to issues, and there's some other different problems that can arise. But for now, though, we need to head across this bridge, because Abra is across this bridge. What I need for the Mew thing is across this bridge. And Bob Ross is in my way. I'm still struggling along back here. They're doing great. They caught a bunch of strong and smart Pokemon. You want to see what I caught? Bet you don't have this. Behold. A car battery. You're sending out a Pidgeotto. We would have that if I bothered to level it up. I'm under-leveled. Here's my Pidgeotto. Here's my car battery. Oh, if we miss, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. Yeah, because it's going to start stacking them up. Slimmest of margins, but we still managed to make it through. At least we're level 16, and we learned Quick Attack. About to use Abra. We'll change Pokemon. Only so I don't have to listen to that noise again. Abra. I have mentioned this Pokemon a few times, and you might not know why I need it, or why I want it, and why it's such a very fun Pokemon, and why I sent Ripley out to fight this thing. Abra has a bit of a gimmick. Wow, I thought I was comfortable. I'm not. Give me a second. Alright, I'm comfortable. Abra's gimmick is that whenever you see it in the wild, it will always teleport away, so you need to catch it on the first go, or make it go to sleep on the first go. The only thing guaranteed in this game that we have access to this early that could do that is if Worm goes first and uses Sleep Powder. That's it. That's the only way we have to potentially weaken an Abra to catch it. Otherwise, we throw a ball and we hope. Which is why we have the Great Ball for, is why I'm going to save Scummit, because we're just going to throw the Great Ball and I'm going to keep loading save state until we get it. Why would you want an Abra? Abra turns into debatably the strongest Pokemon of the entirety of Gen 1, not counting legendaries. The trade evolution for Abra is, because of how the damage and how battle is calculated in this, it has, I believe, the highest speed stat, and it's psychic and it's special focused. There's not a lot that can deal with psychic in Gen 1, other than another Pokemon that matches it. It is effectively a nuclear weapon that you can bring to anything and everything. But we're not getting it for that. We're instead getting it because of its ability to teleport. We'll elaborate more as to why when I can actually show you why we want teleport. For this though, all it knows is teleport, but you can't leave a trainer battle, so it's going to sit there and it's going to do the same thing that all those Kakuna and Metapod did, which is do nothing. Cass says, oh, Quick Balls. Unfortunately, Quick Balls don't become a thing until Gen 3, but Quick Balls are very useful. I think they have the highest catch rate on turn 1, not counting things that have a high catch rate or instant catch rate, like, say, the Master Ball, which we won't be getting until, like, 2/3 of the way through the game. But this is just easy experience for Ripley. See? About to send up Rattata. This is where we whip out Barry. Barry or Nidoking, both of them are actually pretty good options here, but the crit from Barry is ferocious. Cass says Gen 4 for quick balls, but yeah, we love them. I swear they're a thing in Gen 3. Actually, they might also be a thing in Gen 2, because they might be the apricot system. I think they're called apricots anyway. I know there's the weird balls you can make through the apricots in Gen 2. I think Gen 3 does introduce things like timer balls, net balls, that sort of thing, but I could have sworn they appear in at least Gen 3. I might be confusing them for one of the other ball types, actually. It might be Timer Ball is the other one. Timer, I think, is the one where the longer it takes, the better the catch chance. Oh, you just have a regular Squirtle? Well, I would use Car Battery in and of themselves in full, but unfortunately, Squirtle's probably going to be like level 17. That was a nasty Pidgeotto you decided to open with. Have a Thundershock. If you don't take out Car Battery, I will be amazed, and I will hold it over you for the rest of your... Hey, Bob Ross, remember when your Squirtle got taken out by a Car Battery? Thank you for the money. I need to immediately go and save. Yeah, there's a guy up ahead called Bill. I flipped through that text too quickly, I apologize. There's a guy up ahead called Bill. He has a rare Pokemon, added a lot of pages to the Pokédex. He hasn't actually filled them out, but he's just added, like, a bunch of pages. Bill invented the Pokemon storage system on PC. It's a recurring thing in every game that for some reason somebody has reinvented the wheel and made a brand new way to store Pokemon on a PC. Don't ask me why they always get credit. Okay. For the entirety of what I'm going to be doing, we're going to be leading with Ripley and switching into Nidoking. Not because I particularly need them leveled up, but I would like to get Nidoqueen on... Nidoqueen? Nidoqueen, not Nidoqueen. Hi, what are you doing? The people here were robbed. It's obvious the Team Rocket is behind the most heinous crime. Yeah, I can see him in the top right of the screen. Even the police force has trouble with the Rockets. Okay. So now we have to fight a... admittedly, it's a gauntlet, but we can choose when to go back and save. We're going to... yeah, we're going to leave it this way. Welcome to Nugget Bridge. Beat 5 trainers and win a fabulous prize. Think you got what it takes? Yeah, well, I just beat Barbara Ross, so I should be okay. Although, again, we're a little bit underleveled. You have bugs. You have a Caterpie. Knowing that you have a Caterpie, I'm actually going to switch out to... Barry. No, we stick with my guns. Switch out to Nidoking. Cass says Fastball in 2 has a 4x catch if used on a Pokemon with at least 100 base speeds. I'm saying this too much, I'm not saying the words properly. Fastball in Gen 2 has a 4x catch rate if used on a Pokemon with at least 100 base speed from Gen 2. Timer Ball in 3 is a 4x catch rate if at least 10 turns have passed. Yeah, so I guess I was getting Timer Ball confused for Quick Ball. So yeah, I guess Gen 4 did start with the whole, like, the ball on the first turn has the highest catch rate thing then. Horn Attack. Gonna try to string shot this giant hulking Rabbit? Really? They're about to use Weedle? Oh no, what will I do? Who will I change to? Who could possibly be good against Poison type? That's 2 times you've used String Shot and 2 times you failed, and you're not gonna get a third. Oh, you might get a third. You tried. Okay, I guess we're going back to the Poke Center sooner than I'd like to. Marwol, you could just buy antidotes. They're not that expensive. I could. You are right. You are right, backseat straw man. I could go buy an antidote. However, I could also just go to the next fight and see if we need to go back. Why spend the 100 Pokebucks it would be when I can just ignore it? Oh, good. Now we're gonna switch out to car battery. Nuisance. Yeah, I have Quick Attack too, I just don't want to use it. Oh, Nidoran female? Oh no, who do I have that could be any good against poison? Who could it possibly be? Bring out the worm. Okay, Ripley is 2 levels away from becoming Nidoqueen. Time to fight number 3. It's just occurred to me that I don't think I marked it when we came into Cerulean. Okay, what have you got? A Rattata? Oh, maybe we don't try to fight this normally. Go on, Hyperfang me again. That's what I thought. And now we're going to burn your Rattata to ashes. There'll be nothing left except the dust and the tears you leave behind for the memory marker of what used to be. Oh, you're about to send an Ekans? I've said it too many times already. I'm not doing the joke again of what could I possibly use. Okay, I was gonna say, if it uses Poison Sting again, we're gonna have trouble, but we're okay. Ah, good, we get to bring out the car battery. Okay. The unfortunate thing is, I'm pretty sure Worm is about to faint before we can get to the counter. No, never mind. We'll be alright. There's 2 people left to fight. Then we can get Abra. Then we can... Oh, we can do some nasty things then. We're gonna do some real nasty things. Because I guess at some point I need to explain why getting Mew is such a huge deal. And it's a bit of a difficult one to explain. But I'll find a way, don't worry. Oh, 16. Car battery is going to get some good experience from this one. Yeah, I figured you'd start doing the sand attacks at some point, but unfortunately you didn't open with one, so I'm not as annoyed. Another Nidoran female. We've seen this fight before. We know what we're doing with it. That Nidoran female should be a Nidorina, and you will never prove me wrong on that point, because I'm gonna hit that and I'm gonna turn mine into a Nido Queen. But yours will never reach that state. You had that chance. You stopped it. You could have had perfection in your hands, with you at all times. And you instead chose, no, I want to keep it as a small little white rabbit. It's cute. $15. Here's number 5. Hello, Mankey. Mankey is a fighting Pokemon. We've mentioned it before. This is the first time we see it. Fighting Pokemon are weak to Flying and Psychic. Now, debatably, I could have kept, you know, Burb or Bird Up here for this. But Fighting or Psychic. Ah, you would crit that, wouldn't you? That's fine. You might be wondering what a fighting type is good against. They're good against rock, they're good against normal. And I don't think there's any other super effective... Oh, ice. Ice might be one. But good luck finding an ice type in this gen. I think there's only 3. If that. But fighting's main draw power is the whole... It's great against rock and normal. I think it's one of the only things that is super effective against normal. I don't think there is anything else that's super effective against normal. And then rock, which is normally a really durable type, gets absolutely steamrolled by fighting. Double kick, the move I mentioned earlier that for some reason Nidoran gets in level 43 in red blue, but 12 or something, or 10... 14, something like that in yellow. Double kick is a fighting move, and that's what lets Nidoran roll through Brock's gym. We beat the 5 contest trainers. We've earned a grand prize, a nugget. It's not a chicken nugget. You can't eat it, unfortunately. By the way, would you like to join Team Rocket? We're a group dedicated to evil using Pokemon. No, thank you. No, I'm pretty sure. It sounds like you're not asking at this point. I feel like your recruitment strategy could do some work. Please stop. Thank you. Okay. That's the first one down. Who we got next? A Zubat. Well, we might as well. We've been switching in and out this whole time anyway. We'll go with Worm. Worm isn't going to last much longer, but especially if they hit themselves. Okay, we burst out of Confusion. It would have been really funny. Confusion has a really low chance to cause Confuse. But we're fine on this fight, we're through. Cool. Poison Powder. I could become a top leader in Team Rocket, you say? Well, I'm gonna go get this item first. TM45, I'm pretty sure is Thunder Shock, or Thunder Wave, whatever it's called. We have it on Pikachu already, and there's no one else I want to put it onto, so it's sort of pointless. Thunder Wave. Now, we need to be very careful and always, and only ever, move down this side. Are you gonna give me an Abra on the first go? You are! You're perfect! As I said, we're gonna save scum this one, so... Where's that Great Ball? We're gonna keep going. You folded on the second go, okay. New Pokédex data for Abra. Do you want to give a nickname to Abra? Yes. I don't think Oppenheimer is going to fit, so we can't quite go with that one. What are we going to go with for Abra? Yuri. No, actually, we're gonna go one step removed. We're gonna go with Red Alert. Okay. Here's where I save, and I hard save. I'm going to demonstrate a thing that we haven't been able to do with any Pokemon yet so far, but we can with Abra. Red Alert allows me to here use the ability Teleport outside of battle. There are a few moves in this game you can use outside of battle. They will do something. For example, Flash, the thing that Boulder Badge lets me use, will illuminate one or maybe two caves in the whole game. That's it. Teleport is a free escape rope that will work anywhere. As far as I know, anywhere, anyway. So it will always bring me back to the Poke Center. Okay. Right. Here is where we key everything up. I need to have car battery in slot 1. You don't need a Pikachu for this trick. The only Pokemon you 100% need. How close is Pikachu to leveling up? 101? We're gonna go level up Pikachu. The only Pokemon you 100% need for what I'm going to do is Abra. You don't need... You could do the rest of this with any other Pokemon. You need an Abra. Specifically for the teleport. If you're playing Yellow, you can do the same thing I'm going to be doing with Escape Ropes, because you have access to something that I don't, which is another trainer in a different area that can move, and there's a whole thing to it. Anyway. I need to make sure that Pikachu can win a fight. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, because it also affects Yellow, are basically a game that is made with genuine duct tape and dreams. The game runs and works well enough on its own that it ends up being a very memorable, very fun experience, even back when it released back in like 1996 and was available on the Game Boy. Having this game on that cart back then was genuinely like a programming miracle for the fact that it didn't fall over and die on a whim like I'm going to make it do in a second. So we're gonna save, or we're gonna heal. Okay. On the long list of things you can do to this game, and there is a long list, I mentioned earlier that there is a 100% reproducible way to use something to get Mew. Now, as a kid, you probably heard rumors that you can get Mew by surfing and checking underneath a truck, and if you use strength, or if you can move the truck and there's Mew underneath. That was a lie. That was a lie that went across all sorts of playgrounds all over the place. There is, however, a way to get Mew. Now, why did I mention earlier about the fact that this game was put together was basically duct tape, hopes, and dreams? The Pokédex has a blank spot in it. Mew was not originally part of the Pokédex. It was added, like, last minute, just as they were going to go ship it. They didn't debug it, they didn't test it, they didn't do anything. Mew was literally slapped into a memory address that it was normally not used during testing. This is significant because we are now going to access that memory address through a convoluted way. But it's straightforward to reproduce. I'll explain why it's convoluted when we do it. But all we need is 2 people. There are other people you can use for this when you know the mechanics of how this trick works. But the easiest, straightforward, fastest way to do this is with 2 very specific people. Now, I'm going to step up a second and step down. You see how that guy there disappears when I walk off the screen and then go back onto the screen? That's because he doesn't physically exist until he's on the screen, right? If I step down here, that guy also appears and disappears. And he is a trainer fight, which is why I said when we got this Abra, you need to make sure you come down this left side to get the Abra and then whatever. What we are going to do is exploit the ability to press a single button as the screen moves down and renders and loads everything that would pop on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to step to the side, step down, have that guy appear, and pause the game the instant before he can finish loading in, which will let me go to the menu. If the timing is right, I will be able to teleport away as the game figures out, oh, you're in a trainer has seen you. You should now be in a Pokemon battle. We will not be able to come back here until the rest of the Mew trick is done. So, again, we're going to go down here, and as he appears, I'm going to pause. If I get the timing right, we'll be fine. We won't know until I try to teleport away. If I got the timing wrong, we won't be able to get into the menu, or we'll teleport away and we won't see the exclamation mark that a trainer normally has. So it's as we get down below the waterline. He's appeared. I'm in his sight line. We're going to teleport away. The game thinks we're now in a Pokemon battle. But we're not in a Pokemon battle. We've teleported away. What gives? I now do not have the ability to pause. My pause menu is gone. The game is going to let me walk around. That is it. We are now going to go in here and fight this guy, the first trainer inside of Misty's gym. He has a Pokemon that has a very specific stat set that will set the memory address of what Pokemon fight we are now going to be in when we go back to where we teleported from. Because we didn't go into the Pokemon battle there, it has not loaded the data for that Pokemon fight. What it is now going to do is take the data from the last fight it can find and use that to figure out who and what we're fighting. Because of this, we are now going to be able to access that memory address where Mew is. Now, the way it figures this out, as I said, it's the stats. The special stat in particular is the access number of the Pokédex, or entity, I should say, because you can also end up with trainers. You can end up fighting a trainer as a Pokemon fight. It's weird. It's not the Horsey that matters, it's the final Pokemon. So as long as I can just win this fight, which is why we wanted to get Car Battery leveled up, we will be fine. The special stat is the number that is used for the entity, and Mew is at address number 21, which means you need to fight something with a special stat of 21 to get it to appear. Now, there is another stat that influences what turns up and what level it is, which is, I believe, the attack stat. And so, if I wanted to, we could lower or raise, well, we can't really raise because we don't have the ability to raise an enemy's attack stat, but we can lower the level of the Mew if I use Growl. So, ordinarily, if, you know, I'm not going to use Growl here, but if you use Growl, the level will be reduced. Do not use Growl more than, I think it's 6 times. If you bring the Mew to level 1 and it goes to the box, you will brick and break completely your save. You won't be able to pull the Mew back out, which is why I mentioned that sort of like level scaling thing earlier in the stream. We're not going to do it. All we have to do here is beat Shellder. Their special stat is, as I say, 21. Provided nothing has gone wrong, we will then go back to the bridge. I'll be able to pause and anything else I want to do. We'll go back to the bridge. I might put another save in to try to do another exploit at the same time, but I can't guarantee that one's going to work, and I can't guarantee it's not going to break what I'm trying here. So if this doesn't work first time, it's because I've tried to get too greedy with the exploits. Having said that, I am going to go talk to this person over here anyway. Actually, I should load it into a different save state. I'm going to load it into a different save state. Hold up. This is going to change the resolution a bit for a second. Where are my saves? That's not what I want. I want a quick save. Quick save to 4. And I'm going to quick save back to 1, so that puts it back to there. There we go. Okay. The other exploit I'm going to try to do here involves getting rid of NPCs and entities that live on the overworld. I think if I talk to this guy, it then loads him into the memory. And then if we go up here, assuming that didn't just break the Mew thing, I've walked up here. We've now ended up in a trainer battle because that's the last thing it loaded for this area. And we have Mew. A level 7 Mew. This is, This is a variation of a trick called the Trainer Fly. I believe this is specifically known as the Quick Mew. Trainer Fly involves using a trainer and a move we can get later in the game called Fly, which is like Teleport, but you can use it in kind of in the same places. But Fly lets you go anywhere you've previously been. Which means you can sort of pick out which Pokemon you want better, and then there's other things you can do for memory manipulation as well that make it so you can get Pokemon you wouldn't normally get anyway. For example, if I wanted to, I could use the Trainer Fly trick to deliberately get another, let's go with, I could get Bulbasaur. I would have to I'd have to do something really weird to try to get that special value, but I could get the special value for the memory address that points to Bulbasaur and catch my own Bulbasaur. What we've done here though is we've just got Mew, and honestly, I am going to quick save here. We're going to Thunder Wave. I've never personally fought Mew. I just know the trick works and I've done it before. And then I Master Balled it. But we're going to throw 4 Pokeballs and hope. This ain't going to work out very well, is it? The upside is that Mew is very weak. Oh, this is going to be rough. Mew might have a high enough, or have a low enough catch chance I might need to sit here for a while on the RNG. Okay, let's see if we can weaken it down. Quick Attack might be too harsh. Quick Attack is fine. Now, there are ways to get Mew officially. It was to have a wireless adapter on your Game Boy, and then you'd go to an official Pokemon event, and then you'd be given it as a promotional thing. I'm really going to try and catch this in a regular Pokeball because I got nothing else. And I don't have sleep, unfortunately. So we could be here for a while. Or we get it right there and then. So we now have Mew. So rare that it is said to still be a mirage by many experts. Only a few Pokemon have seen it worldwide. Well, now everyone who's seen this has seen it as well. And as I said, this trick is completely reproducible on cart. This is if you own a Game Boy or Game Boy Color, or you have. I don't think this has even been fixed in the digital releases on like the Nintendo eShop or anything like that. I'm pretty sure every version of Pokemon Red and Blue can do this. Yellow can do this, as I say, a little bit sooner. They can do it using someone in Viridian Forest, and they can do it using, funnily enough, I'm pretty sure it's the Super Nerd. So you go to Viridian Forest, you start the primer there like we did at the bridge, we teleport away, and then we're fine. In Yellow, the Super Nerd's last Pokemon, I believe, has the special stat you need to be able to do it. Then you would just go out, you'd go back to Viridian Forest, you go back into Viridian Forest, and then done. You've got Mew before you leave Mount Moon. But honestly, the difference there isn't that great. I mean, we just had to fight a few more people and then we're done. And the reason that one works out sooner is because you can use Escape Rope to leave the Viridian Forest, because it's technically a dungeon. Do you want to give a nickname to Mew? Oh, yes I do. What are we gonna call Mew? What are we gonna call it? I really want to call it Truck. I'm gonna be honest, I completely do. I want to call it Truck. Yeah, we're gonna call it Truck. in honor of the little rumor that used to go around everywhere. Now, the other... it didn't quite work. I'd have to have come back here. There is now going to be a bit of a weird thing that will have happened. So the way the game is coded, again, you know, duct tape and dreams, because I have done a battle on the world, something is now going to be a little bit missing. I've just realized I now have 2 psychic Pokemon. Hold up. I'm going to deposit Worm. And we're going to pull out Truck, which is a legendary. Now, Bob Ross might be acting all cool and hip because he's got a bunch of pages added to his Pokédex. I don't think he's going to be anywhere near as cool and hip as me as we just pan down this whole thing. Because I now have... It's going to take a long time. All 151 entries are now here, so we can, you know, scroll all the way down. But there's no way he's going to have Mew. Area unknown. Yeah, I bet it is. Welcome Pokemon number 23. I also missed this message, by the way, while I was sort of explaining the Mew trick, but Kaz says, Pokemon games are very easy to break. They are, especially early gen. Gen 1 is all over the place. There's things like Glitch City, there's Missing No, which I haven't mentioned yet. There's also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You might have caught this earlier if you're really savvy with the tricks and exploits, but when I got the rare candy earlier, I counted the position. We need this to be in position 6 for a different exploit we can do near the end of the game. And it's tied to the Missing No one, which is why I've left the potion on 1 and why we haven't used the potion is because eventually I'm just going to bump it up and then we will be fine. So I need to go buy more Pokeballs, definitely, after that. But we'll have a look at the stats of Mew in a second. You may have seen, despite the fact it was level 7, Quick Attack wasn't hitting it that hard, even though it was being hit by Pikachu, who's level 17. We also have a lot of money. We have way too much money. Give me 20 more balls. And then I would also like to pick up 2 antidotes. And we'll pick up 4 potions. Okay, stat time. Truck at level 7 has 19, 20, 20, and 19. At level 7. Red Alert at level 10 has 10, 9, 25, 28. Legendary Pokemon are absolutely cracked when it comes to stats, but they level slowly and their moveset learn is pretty slow. I don't actually know off the top of my head when Mew is going to learn new moves. But both Red Alert and Truck are going to be very powerful. Like, if I level up Mew to... Sorry, if I level up Truck to the same level as Red Alert, Truck is going to be way ahead in terms of stats. It's a durable little guy. Cass says 10, 20, 30, 40. I had a feeling it was going to be that, because I remember... I think that might be the... Isn't that the case for most legendaries, that they learn levels every 10? But not necessarily like 10, 22, 30, 40. Ho-Oh, for example, I think learns every 45, 55, sorry, 35, 45, 55, 65. I might be right in remembering that. So, we get to level 10. 10 is probably going to be something like Confusion. But first one is Transform, then Mega Punch, Metronome, and then Psychic. Oh. It can Ditto? That's actually kind of funny. That's really funny. Let me get comfortable a second. I'll explain what I mean by it can Ditto. It's also hilarious that the Psychic Pokemon doesn't learn a Psychic move until 40. So Ditto is a Pokemon that's only ability is Transform. And what it does is it clones and copies the entirety of the Pokemon it is fighting for the fight. I mentioned earlier there is a way to manipulate the data in a way to get whatever Pokemon you want. It is Ditto. You would basically... let's say I did... I don't actually know what happens if I run into you. Okay. So if I wanted to, we could do this trick again. And end up with a completely different Pokemon when we come here. Do we want to see this? Actually, I'm going to leave that as a poll. Poll. I don't know how we're going to pick the Pokemon that we end up fighting against. I don't know how it's going to end up... what it's going to end up being. Do we... Mew... Which, again... Oh, I'm gonna call it Teleport. Glitch, again. Yes, I want to see the RNG. No, please make progress. Start the poll. We could go fight another trainer and then get the special ID that way, or I can just, when we teleport back to Cerulean, I go left, and then we have whatever random Pokemon I run into is the random Pokemon I run into, and then we come back to the bridge, and then it gives me something. I don't know what it could give me. It could give me literally anything in the game. Anything that is saved as an entity could appear. We could end up with Bulbasaur, we could end up with a Clefairy, we could end up with Nidoking, we could end up with Kabutops, we could have Zapdos, we could have a trainer. I don't know what could turn up. But for as long as this guy is here, we can do the trick again and again and again. Which is going to be the funny one. Chaos says Ho-Oh has a move every 11. Is it 11? I thought it was every 10 off of the 35. No one voted. Shame. I'm curious enough, but I think we'll leave it until next time. I think that might be a thing we do like once a stream, is we see what random broken thing we can find this time. So, let's just make some... Yeah, let's make some progress. Obviously, we now have to level up Red Alert and Truck, so up to the front they go. Do we have any new Pokemon here? I don't think we do. Oh! I'm completely wrong. We do. We have Oddish. Unfortunately, we kind of need to catch that. Get paralyzed, nerd. And then, just for safety, I'm going to quick attack. Make it even weaker. Oh, well, that didn't hit as hard as I thought it would. Which is a good thing. That means we can just keep doing this to weaken it down. Throw the ball now. Do you want to give a nickname to Oddish? Yes, I do. I'm gonna name it... There's not really a celery plant in this game, is there? I'm gonna call it Herbie. Because that name could be interpreted in so many different ways. And we're just gonna go with Herbie. Alright, what else have we got up here? What else have you got? Is it just the Oddish? Oh, right, it'll also be the Abra too. So I think we're done for, what are we on, Route 5? I might actually check this, considering we're effectively now doing a completionist thing. That's Route 25, which is not the one I want. We want the... Was it? Is this Route 24? This might be Route 24. Cerulean, hello! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Let's give you a quick shout out. What were you playing? I assume it was a horror game. Was it? It was Buckshot Roulette. I know that game. I haven't played it yet. It's on a Humble Bundle that I want to pick up, so we might pick that up soon. But welcome in, everyone. Welcome in Cerulean and welcome in Cerulean. Cerulean says, guess what time they played today? Is it, It Has My Face? I think that's also on, it is on Early Access. I bought it on Early Access so I can keep track of it when it goes into full release. And, you've just rated in, as we have obtained Mew, through genuinely legitimate means, abusing a broken system. I'm just going to pound this. It's going to teleport away anyway. But welcome in. I am currently double checking the list of what can and can't appear here. Someone says they did a short stream, 4 games in less than 5 hours. Oh, so what did you play apart from It Has My Face and Buckshot Roulette? Was there anything fun? Anything interesting? I know I missed a message from Cass too. Cass says I need Mankey still. I can't find Mankey here. Mankey is not part of this spawn list. Looking at it. Unless... Nope. Route 24 does count as this. Where's 25? 25 is the bit that I'm on now. 25 might actually have a different spawn list. Hold up. Nope, no Mankey. It's just Abra, Oddish, Pidgey, Kakuna, Weedle, Metapod, Caterpie. No Mankey. But we can go double check Route 4, which is no Mankey. So, no Mankey at all, unfortunately. But yes. Welcome in. Unfortunately, the ad break's going to be starting soon. I'm going to actually snooze that so the raiders don't immediately get hit with 3 minutes of ads. That'll be really unfortunate. Sunrise says they enjoyed It Has My Face. It's a good enough game that I picked it up on Early Access in case I decide to play it in a more full state. I want to do something quickly. What is it? Poke Center. Sunrise says they also played 7 Days in the Fire Mountain and Last Seen Online 2. Ah. Those two I don't recognize. Wait, no, I don't. I was about to say I might recognize the last scene online, but I don't recognize that one, actually. I don't recognize those two. Cass says, oh yeah, this isn't Route 5, my bad. Yeah, Route 5 is beneath it. I had to double check it. Because I was like, is this... This isn't Route 5, because it has the cave on it. Or it technically counts as the area with the cave. Which we can only get to once we beat the game. Unless I do an exploit and we get rid of the guy. And then we end up fighting level 70 Pokemon, or whatever it is. No, he's still there. Unfortunately, he is still there. So are you, but you we can get around. Well, we can go do your task and then we'll get around you. But yes. This is what was originally going to be a just normal Pokemon Red playthrough and is now also turning into kind of a completionist thing, but also me showcasing my favorite trick, which is getting Mew as close to legitimately as you can. Even if you do have to do a bit of sneaky memory manipulation. Since there don't seem to be any other Pokemon here, I think we're just going to fight my way through the encounters. He just got down from Mount Moon, but he's ready. Cerulean says they really love last scene online. It's a bit of a throwback point-and-click style escape room horror in a browser. Ooh. Kind of like things like Don't Escape. Well, Don't Escape wasn't really point-and-click, but like the old Flash games you find everywhere. Hey, Machop! Me without my psychic Pokemon or flying Pokemon to deal with you. That's... I think the word I normally go with, a choice. It's alright, we'll bring out Nidoking. And then I'm just going to do this again and again until you stop moving. Cerulean says they're all pretty small games. One was like an internal coding competition winner, so it wasn't released as a full game, but it was a cool experience. Those sort of like Dev Jam sort of indie games tend to be pretty good because they tend to have like an idea and they stick to it. They don't try to like bloat themselves out too much. A really fun first-person shooter roguelike that I really like. I never picked up the sequel because I heard it was a bit more... It didn't really add anything, it was just more of the same. Is Receiver, which is a game that tries to model actually handling a gun and loading a gun, getting a gun ready, while having a weird story to it. Admittedly, I've never finished Receiver. Maybe one day I'll do like an impromptu stream of Receiver. But I'm gonna level up Red Alert. Hi, Geodude. Bye, Geodude. And we're just gonna shift out to Barry. Yeah, unfortunately, Barry knows how to melt rocks, so welcome to the joys of being in a volcano just outside of one. Great, go for it. Sit there and waste my time. Oh, I could just crit you, that also works. Yeah, I do the same too. I wonder if that worked. And we're done. Fortunately, Red Alert isn't going to level up. But we did get 500 buckaroos off of that one, so that's 5 Pokeballs. Ads unfortunately going to be starting in about 1 minute, which means I guess we're going to be grinding for a little bit. We'll probably get another Pokemon fight. No, let's save. Let's do a bit of grinding. But I have no idea. Yeah, we'll just do it here. Sunrise also says, oh, also, how do I say the second part of my name, and what does it mean? They always struggle with it. That's the fun thing. Everyone struggles with it, and I'm keeping the joke going of not pronouncing it, despite the fact that my Nidoking has it. Cass basically has the joke right there and then. Cass says it's easy. The second part of Marwol's name is like the D in Django. Yeah. That's why we keep calling it the Nidoking. As the Nidoking and not as anything else. I could just pound this. I have a legendary at level 8 fighting a Weedle. This is trying to fight God with a spoon. It's just not going to work. Unless you're in a JRPG, and then maybe it will work, because the spoon might be a very powerful weapon, and you're here to kill God anyway. How is he going to stop you getting into his eyeballs? It's also, I like how we now have Truck and Carbat. Truck is leveling up way faster than I thought. Is Truck on like a different experience curve? No way is Truck on the same experience curve as a Metapod. There's no way they did that. It's gonna be insane if that is. Okay, we might have a bit of an issue against a level 13 Pidgey, but we'll see. How much does that hurt? How do I hurt it? About the same, actually. Oh, but we're faster when it doesn't use Quick Attack, but it has Sand Attack, so it might win out anyway. That's fine. Does Gust really... Gust hurts about the same as Quick Attack, but we miss. Yeah, it's gonna win the damage race because we keep missing. Yeah, this is getting a bit risky. We're just going to hop over to Nidoking, and we're going to hit it. I think we just have to hit it the once, too. Down it goes. That 100 experience would have been quite nice. Rather than walk all the way back, how about we travel in style? There we go. Why walk when you can fly? But yeah, we'll be going for at least clearing out... Or... When will we end, actually? When will it all end? I think what we'll do is we'll keep going as far as we can in the next section before the ads arrive again. And then we'll end before that. So if we manage to fight Misty, we fight Misty. If we don't fight Misty, we don't fight Misty. If we unlock the... Well, we're definitely going to unlock the next area in terms of access. But in terms of what we actually do story-wise, I don't know. But hey, we're not in Viridian Forest for another hour, so that's good. It's always a good sign. You're in Viridian Forest still, son? No? Congratulations. Come and have some food. You've earned it. Kaz says the secret ingredient is crime. It's always crime. Crime seems to be the issue with one house in this place in particular. But I feel like if they just got a Mew, they'd be okay. I am convinced that Mew is on the same leveling path. Same leveling rate as... Hey. Now I can mimic something if I want to. But the ads have also finished as well. How much is it on now? Sub 200. I'm pretty sure that's the same curve as the bugs. But now that it's level 10, we can do a direct apple-to-apple comparison between this and the Abra. So 26 attack, 28 defense, 27 speed, 25 special. Compared to... Don't teleport. Actually, teleport a bit. 10, 9, 25, and 28. Yeah, I think the Abra's been beat. Although, the Abra will eventually beat out Mew, because the Abra can evolve twice. I will need to check when is the best time to trade it to get the final evolution. But it will eventually beat Mew for stats, I think, on its final evolution. In terms of moveset, it's definitely got it cleared. Abra also evolves pretty soon as well, I think. I think that might be a 16 or an 18. It might be 16, it might be that it learns a move at 18. I'm shaky on that one. But anyway, since the ads are finished, we can carry on beating up people and stealing all their money. So we can further fund my Pokeball craze, I guess. Do you want to fight another guy who's come for the mountains? I think the answer is yes. We go see Bill? Yeah, I am. Oh, you want to fight? Sure. Bring it. What do you got, a Geodude? Oh, an Onyx. Ooh, big man. Big man. Would you like to see what I have? I have Barry. Cass says Abra is 16. See, I thought it was soon. Is 18 a move then? I know it learns a move when it evolves. Because that's, I think, when it picks up Confusion. Man, it's also really hard keeping track of things across the different gens, because I'm also might be thinking of like Gen 2, where they actually added a few more moves to different Pokemon. Oh no, I've been crit hit by Bind of all things. Whenever you're ready to succumb to fate, come on, just let it burn. There we go. See? Sleep time now. Truck has leveled up 4 times in the time we've had Truck. And it's already starting to bump up into stats that compete with some of our higher end Pokemon. We really are oh, I know. I know we are. Who's next? What have you got for me, kid? Quick thing I'm going to mention about Mew. I said that you need to use the first trainer in Misty's gym to get Mew. That's actually wrong. There is another trainer that is very close to here, that also has a Pokemon with a special stat of 21, which would let you access a Mew. So if I really wanted to, we could have 2 Mew, as opposed to anything else that might have the number 2 and Mew involved with it. Do I want to... Do I transform and bully him with his own Pokemon? I don't think I do. You know what? I will. Give me that Hyper Fang. Uh-oh. This might not be enough. It is. Never mind. We won't change Pokemon. We will switch out on this to good old car battery. And then I'll throw a potion onto Truck when we get back to it. This is ridiculous. This is a coughing baby versus a hydrogen bomb, except the thing is that I forced the hydrogen bomb into existence. I didn't just find the thing. Wow, Mew at level 12 has as much health as pretty much the rest of the party. Oh, Ripley still needs to level up 1. How close is Ripley to leveling up? 80? Wow, okay, so the next fight you're a part of, you hit 16 and then we can just stone you straight away. Okay. That trainer by there, that I'm now in line with, that has a Slowpoke that also has a special stat of 21, just like the Shelder we fought in the gym. So if you wanted a second Mew, or you didn't have, or you'd already done Misty's gym but hadn't come here yet but wanted the Mew, do the same thing as before, except you need to use this guy for the fight, which is a bit awkward to try and do. And I think you have to use a different primer. I think you have to prime it later, but with just some other guy, basically. As long as you can get to here and fight him, you have another Mew. Just... maybe you could do it all the way to Viridian, but then you need to fly. Or never go into a Pokemon Center, apart from the one at Pewter. Anyway, I'm getting myself all turned around. We need to evolve Ripley. Dad took you to a great party on the SS Anne at Vermilion City. Can't wait to be on a boat. What do you got? Eradicate? A Slowpoke. Man, have I got my Pokemon mixed up? Are you the one with the level special 21 whatever? I don't have someone who's super effective against you. In fact, my whole party here is going to get rolled. Never mind. You have a water typing as well, so I'm pretty sure. I think you have water typing anyway. Yeah, there's the confusion I'm worried about. Yeah, you have water typing. Slowpoke is a very funny creature. Psychic, water, but slow, hence its name. Not exactly built for this. Ripley's about to evolve twice. Car battery is now 18 volts. Go on, Ripley. Level up so I can throw a stone at you. Okay, we got a neat arena. And... catch. Now she has a horn, but she doesn't get horn attacks. It's weird. Actually, I think she can learn the literal move horn attack, but didn't have it before this point. But now we have a Nidoqueen and a Nidoking. Now, as I say, the Nidoqueen is more of a bulky defensive type compared to the Nidoking. So defense 34, 37, 31, 34. Compared to 39, 35, 37, 35. You know, bulk. Also has a bit less health, even though it's a level below. So, but we've done this now. I can throw Nidoqueen into the Pokebox for the time being. Truck, get back out in front, please. And we have to get past you. Oh. Be poor form of me not to do this, wouldn't it? Go on, how about Nidoran female as well? So I can really just ram the whole, like, you should have leveled up your Pokemon thing in. One level away, you could have had, well, this, but you also need a stone. You tried to poison sting a poison type Pokemon? Are you okay? Oh good, you do have a Nidoran female. Truck. Hi. Hey Ripley. Now that you're no longer that thing, how about you show the difference that one level made, technically. Oh, and you've had your attack dropped. That's okay. tackle it. The only way that this takes a while is if it keeps growling. It's not going to win. Even if it maxed out the amount of growls it had, it would not win the damage race. It would have to get constant crits to do it. Or I just crit it once and... yep, those growls just got undone. I crit it twice on tackle. Yeah, you just weren't gonna get through that one. I'm sorry. I don't care about your boyfriend. You wish your guy was as good as me? I'm 10. Calm down. I will get the authorities. You're off to see a Pokemon collector at the Cape. Funny enough, so am I. Uh-oh. He's got the dudes. I don't know if Barry actually has enough health to get through. I don't know if I actually have the firepower to punch my way through 4 Geodudes. Okay, we're gonna ride out as much as we can with Barry. So, everyone get ready to listen to this tone again and again. Because eventually we're gonna have to try to force our way through with the Nidos. But I'm hoping we can get through most of this before that it's not going to happen. Barry's out on the next hit he takes. If they sit there in defense cool though, we might be okay. Go on, defense cool again. Okay, we're fine. Because we can go to Car Battery. Car Battery can quick attack, take down that last bit of health, and we can get to the next Geodude. We didn't need the crit, but I appreciate it. Okay, we got a Machop coming in. If I thought we could get through this, I would fight Machop and then transform at the end to then have a Machop to fight the next Geodude, but I don't think we can. But we'll see if I can pull it off anyway. Oh? We might be able to do it. We might be able to do it. I need to use a potion. And then use another potion after this. Okay. Take it. You get the crit right when it doesn't matter. Well, you did level up, so it's okay. The stats are growing. Nope, this is our best Pokemon. Take it out in one, please. Wait, fighting isn't super effective against rock in this? Have I just been wrong this whole time? I thought fighting broke through rock. Oh, don't tell me there's something they did in later gens. Okay, Truck tried. Let's bring out Nidoking. Nidoking might have enough just like raw power behind it to be able to do this. Maybe. It might be just later gens then. Either way, we had to head back anyway because we've taken a lot of punishment on this. Wait, why am I walking? Okay, let's leave... Yeah, we'll leave the party as it is for the time being. Kaz says 2 times effectiveness against rock types, fighting ones, but Geodude is rock and ground. Ground doesn't have a resistance to fighting, I didn't think. I know it has immunity to electricity, it has resistance to... not much else. Ice, I think, is something that ground resists. So I think it might just be Gen 1 that fighting didn't do anything to rock. Can I not fight you? Is that an option? That's an option. I don't want to fight him in case we do decide to do the dumb thing with the Mew. It does mean we're going to miss out on that item. But... oh well. I'm sure I can live with it. You knew you had to fight me? Is it because I snuck up on you? I have an Ekans. I can't wait to get rid of Leah. I cannot wait to get rid of Leah. And I'm going to replace it with the dumbest thing I can replace it with too. Which is a move that definitely did get reworked between Gen 1 and 2. About to bring out a Sand Shrew. I wish I could have one of those little guys. Cass says it might have been a genuine bug. They know fighting gets super effective against Dark and Steel in Gen 2, weakness to Fairy in Gen 6. I think I'm gonna have to look into it because, as I say, I know there are a few different weird things, like Psychic is, I think, immune to Ghost in Gen 1. I know there's some sort of weird interaction with Psychic and Ghost that made it so that Psychic was way better than it should have been because the typing was wrong or something. And that effectively neutered the entirety and the whole point of Gengar. But, yeah, I'm just going to keep bringing out this guy, honestly. Hello, you little shrew. Ta-da! Who would have guessed that the best way to deal with a sandshrew is to hit it with a giant horn on a big purple rabbit, whose stats are barely ahead of Truck's. It's gonna be so funny when Truck hits like level 18 and then we compare it to everybody else and everyone else is just trash. Your friend has a cute Pokemon. Have you seen this one? I call him Truck. I've also got Car Battery too. Hello, Oddish. Honestly, the stats of Truck are so good that Truck could probably just solo this entire trainer. That's a nice Oddish. Oh, do you have a Gloom? I remember there's something odd about you. Not including your Oddish, no pun intended. Okay, the Absorber did manage to protect you from losing the Oddish. No, it didn't. You level up so quick, Truck. The stats are... yeah. You have a Pidgey? That's not gonna help you either. I'll admit, I feel a little disgusting for using Truck. But at the same time, how can I not? About to use another Oddish? Oh, okay. For some reason I thought you had like a Gloom. That was like really low level. So this is going to be £4, which is a bargain price if you ask anybody from UK. Go on, you can do it. Go on. Said the Truck could solo the whole fight. And then I don't think there's any of the fights up here. Hello, what are you? You're a Pokemon. Oh, no, you're Bill. Hello, Bill. You're not joshing us. You screwed up an experiment and now you combined with a Pokemon. Do you wanna let me know which Pokemon it is? What Pokemon did you fuse to, buddy? Hey, Bill. Did I come to see the Pokemon collection? No? Now we have a ticket to the SSN. It's in Vermilion City, and it's another place where Car Battery is going to be prime Pokemon. Why don't we go instead of you? Well, we will. Yeah, SSN is going to be like an hour of content. I forget. There is a way to see him about Pokemon, but I guess that comes in later. Might be after we beat the Misty Gym. Now, given that we're like 30 minutes away from comfortably ending, as in like if I was to do it, if I'm going to stick to the idea of ending before the next ad break, I have 30 minutes to do that and then like how much time to wrap up and wind down. I think what we'll do is we will... Pretty sure we've moved you over. Yeah, so now we can go out onto Route 5. We're going to get more Pokemon. I'm going to switch the box over. For sure I'm going to switch that box over now. So, Bill's PC. Change that box to box 2. No, I hit the wrong button. Thank you. We're gonna take a little quick walk just outside. We're gonna go see this burglary scene. Then we're gonna set foot onto Route 5, catch a few new Pokemon, and then probably wrap up there. So I'm not gonna get the full 30 minutes, but it's a good time. That means next Sunday we will be doing the Misty Gym fight. We'll be going to Vermilion City, going into the SSN. This place has been absolutely disgustingly trashed. They blew a hole in your back door. What, they carrying thermite? C4? Well, they are called Rocket. Maybe they used an RPG. Oh no. Dig. I don't believe you in the slightest. But yeah, Vermilion City, Misty, the SSN, the cave, and then maybe things beyond it. Depends how lucky we get with the way things spawn and get given to me. Oh, that's a nice wood chop you got there, buddy. Can I introduce you to this truck? Hits like a truck, too. See, the thing is, I know I can just absolutely just rip through you. It's the next Pokemon that might give me some trouble. Level 16. We can at least compare you now to the Nidoqueen. Hello, Drowsy. Don't change Pokemon. I'm going to pound this too. Drowsy is a psychic type, as you can tell by the fact it just used Confusion. It's not very effective. It's the only attack it has, I believe, is Confusion, which is why we're stuck with... No, it has Pound. But unfortunately, it's not Truck. So... it doesn't have a lot going for it. We leveled up twice. Get real close to that level 20. Now we have Dig. Level 17, 41, 44, 43, 40. Compared to 41, 37, 39, 37 on Nidoking. Barry rocking at 31, 34, 41, 32, so behind on stats now. And then Ripley, 34, 37, 31, 34. Our most powerful Pokemon, fittingly, is Truck. Like, Pikachu barely hits it for speed. It's just a truck. Gonna quickly go and heal though. And then we have Pokemon to capture. Pokemon. Now, there is also something I have not done that I could have done all the way back in Viridian Forest. You see, Professor Oak's aid has been appearing in a few different places, and the last place that really matters, I think, is Viridian Forest. Depending on how many Pokemon you actually own, we own 26. You can get different things from Professor Aid. I'm gonna call him Professor Aid. Now, it's not a case of if you find him and then you find the next level of Pokemon, then you hit the next item. No. It is that different locations have different requirements. 50 is going to give me an item that means we don't have to rotate round robin our Pokemon ever again, but it will make things level a little bit slower. But for things like Truck, I don't think that matters. Is there a thing over here? No? No. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is new Pokemon. What do we have here? This is, I believe, Route 5, which means we're finally going to be seeing Mankey, but I think there's some others as well that are unique to 5, or at least new on 5. Not you, but you are level 13, so I will fight you anyway. Because I think it would be very fun if we can get to level 20 for Truck before the end of this stream. I'm not going to extend the stream though, just to hit 20. So if we hit 20 we do, if we don't we don't. Just gonna keep running this little lap by here. Oh. Showtime. For another Oddish. It's also level 13. Okay, there's a Pidgey. Now, 16. Okay, we're seeing some respectable levels here. So if I do have to do any off-screen grinding, I will be doing off-screen grinding. It's probably going to be in this area. I will set a limit to my levels. I won't go above it, and apart from, like, if we have to keep hopping round robin style, in which case some Pokemon will go slightly above it, but I'll try to avoid it as much as I can. The level limit at the end of this is going to be... what's good for SSN? I'm going to say 23. So I won't go above 23, give or take a level. That should put us in a very nice position to not need to grind too much, if at all. And it won't mean we just, well, we probably will steamroll Misty, because we're going to steamroll Misty. Car battery is going to just... yeah, I'm going to drop car battery in the swimming pool and everything's going to float to the top. Hello, Mankey! I'm going to punch you and then I'm going to paralyze you in that order. Oh no. My defenses have been lowered. I'm going to punch you and I'm going to paralyze you in that order. Yeah, do whatever you want to. This is inevitable. You're joining my crew. Okay, and then I'm going to paralyze you. And then we're going to start throwing my 21 balls at you. Done. Quick question for the chat. What was the name of the monkey from Nope? Was it Gordo? I need to double check that name. That's the name we're given to the Mankey. Is the name of the monkey. Gordy, thank you. It wasn't Gordo. Gordo is probably something else. Thank you, Cass, for the correction. We want G-O-R-D-Y. What does that spell? Probably one of the most horrific references we've had in the names so far. Gordy has been transferred to Bill's PC. Hello, another Pidgey. We'll pound this one into the ground as well. You must be real close to hitting 18, surely. With how quickly you've ripped through the level, you're 47 experience away. Well, now we can introduce you to a mechanic that gets very expanded on in starting Gen 2, but also later games even more so. This man here runs a daycare. What this means is every step we take is one experience. I'm going to give him red alert. And then I'm going to run around. I believe every level is 100 Pokédollars, or Pokecoin, or whatever the currency is. Oh, what's this? The road is closed because the guard is thirsty. Won't be able to get to wherever that is for quite a while. That might be next stream's end location. It might not be. It might be a little bit before that. But if we just sort of run around, we don't have a quick way back in yet. We've been seeing this tree in a few different places. You may remember all the way back in Viridian City. It took me a second to remember the right one. I mentioned there was a very important NPC, but there's a tree in the way. That's one of the things we will get a solution to next time. For the time being, we are just going to quickly level up our lovely truck. Then we'll probably end there. So truck's gonna hit 18, and that's it. Ooh, Barry might get a good amount of experience here too. Switch him out. Hey, Barry. Truck is now 18. For a final check of truck. Truck stats are all now firmly 40s. Some higher 40s than others. One is literally in the middle. And the only other level 18 is a Nidoking, who is barely into the 40s, still kind of dragging into the late 30s. Truck. That is going to be bringing us to an end here. It allows me to quickly wrap up. I can see that we do have like 10 minutes to the ad warning, so we're going to wrap up, as I say, here and now. And yeah, there's nothing to say. We've started our journey, and we've already, admittedly, we paid for our time in Viridian Forest, but I think we're going to be going pretty quick through the next few problems. Bob Ross has no idea what's about to hit him. It's going to be a truck, I can tell you.